Shawan Sen on the matter. Let's listen in.
Pema Thonduk is an Indian citizen born in the state of Arunachal Pradesh. What has happened in the last few hours is something shocking to say the least. Prema was on her way to China when she was stopped for almost 18 hours. She lodged a strong protest. India has also responded. Joining us on this special broadcast is Prema Thonduk. Thank you very much, Ms. Thonduk, for joining us on this broadcast. I want to begin by asking you what really happened when you traveled to China. Could you tell us what is it that they had to tell you the moment they saw your Indian passport?
Thank you. I would like to correct that actually I wasn't trying to enter China. I was traveling to Japan. So there was a transit for my flight between London to Japan in China, in Shanghai, and I had successfully passed the e-gates, moving on to the security gates when one of the immigration officers singled me out of the queue and asked me to follow her, basically not giving a proper explanation. Then she took me next to the e-gates where there is the immigration, manual immigration counter, and she pointed at Arunachal on my passport and says, it's not valid, not valid for India, Indian passport not valid. So that was quite a confusing moment for me because obviously I have traveled, I'm a frequent traveler, and I have used my Indian passport almost everywhere else and without any issues. Then another immigration officer came over and she basically took me from, I think, one part of the airport to the other. And even in the shuttle, which takes you from that part of the terminal to the other, she was just very unruly and unprofessional and almost screaming and saying things like, no, your passport is not valid. If you really want to transfer, then apply for a Chinese passport, almost like a mock, because obviously in 3 hours I cannot apply for a Chinese passport, and why would I do so? Because I'm an Indian citizen, I'm not Chinese. They took me to the other part where basically there was a transfer desk for China Eastern, and right next to it was the transfer desk, the desk for immigration. And basically each time I would go up to them to ask what's happening, the airline staff would refer to the immigration desk, and when I go to them, they would tell me to speak to the airline. So they just kept me hanging for quite a few hours, not giving a definitive answer. Obviously, my next transfer was in 3 hours. So what's more shocking to me is the fact that obviously I work in regulation in financial services in London, and I know that how important rules are, and obviously I wouldn't take such a step without knowing that I'm not supposed to be transiting through China, because I did actually take the exact same route on the 16th of October 2024, and it was the first time that I was transiting through China. So I actually called the Chinese embassy in London to confirm if it's okay to transfer for a couple of hours, and they said that you don't need any transit visa, it's completely okay for you to transit, there should be no issue, which is why I carried forward with this journey. But yes, they don't have, their Wi-Fi doesn't work, and even if it does work, it's so restrictive that you can't even open Google to look up Chinese, the embassy, Indian embassy in Shanghai, for example, where I wanted to make some contact with our government to understand what sort of rule the Chinese immigration is trying to impose on me. After a very, very long time, actually, that finally somehow, after waiting and getting no definitive answer, no written document to say Indian passport for someone born in Arunachal is invalid because Arunachal is considered part of China and not India. I got the landline basically from the China Eastern desk to ring up some of my friends in London, and they gave me the Indian embassy's number. So I contacted the Indian embassy in Shanghai. Quite frankly, very good and responsive rate, because they actually turned up the airport within an hour or so of me calling them. But the resolve was just the same, because the Chinese embassy, the Chinese immigration and the airline would just say, go back to your country or go back to UK, but they wouldn't let me take my onward journey.
And viewers, India has issued a notification for a likely missile test, viewers, and this is in the Bay of Bengal region. It's a huge update that we're tracking from the Republic TV. Just taking you through the exact details, India issues notification for the missile test, likely missile test, and the region for this is in the Bay of Bengal. The dates are on your screen. Dates are on your screen from 6 to 8 December 2025, viewers, and you can clearly see that the no-fly zone has been marked, and this is where the likely missile test. So all the precautions are being taken as India issues a notification for a likely missile test in the Bay of Bengal region. All right, let's move ahead right now, viewers. Getting some updates coming in. Selena Jaitley, the actor, has issued a statement after suing her husband and describing her experience as turbulent storm and expressing her determination to fight for her dignity and rights. So, in her emotional post, she thanks her legal team for their support and mentions that a domestic violence complaint has been filed. Jaitley cites her upbringing as a soldier's daughter, emphasizing that her courage and resilience in the face of adversity as a matter is sub judice. She requests that any official comment be directed to her legal representatives. And we have a reaction coming in from the lawyers of Selena Jaitley.
A domestic violence petition filed on behalf of Ms. Selena Jaitley against her husband, Mr. Peter Haag, alleging cruelty, manipulation and violence came up today before the court of the Learned Judicial Magistrate First Class, Andheri in Mumbai. His Lordship was pleased to issue notice, returnable on the 12th of December 2025, to Mr. Haag. We are hopeful, as Selena's lawyers, that justice will be done in her case going forward. A domestic violence petition filed on behalf of Ms. Selena Jaitley against her husband, Mr. Peter Haag, alleging cruelty, manipulation and violence came up today before the court of the Learned Judicial Magistrate First Class, Andheri in Mumbai. His Lordship was pleased to issue notice, returnable on the 12th of December 2025, to Mr. Haag. We are hopeful, as Selena's lawyers, that justice will be done in her case going forward. A domestic violence petition filed on behalf of Ms. Selena Jaitley against her husband, Mr. Peter Haag, alleging cruelty, manipulation and violence came up today.
All right, there is a major controversy over the Supreme Court's order in the Sunday Sara case, which allows all criminal proceedings against the family to be quashed if they deposit 5,100 crores before the court. A court in its 21-page order says the amount will be full and final and kept in an interest-bearing account and later disbursed to lender banks. But the key debate around the point that despite the sweeping relief is the court's own caveat that this order is in the peculiar facts of this case and should not be treated as precedent. If the payment is made, then the Sunday Saras stand to walk free of CBI, ED, PMLA, SFIO, FEOA, Income Tax and Black Money Act cases, essentially putting a complete end to years of litigation. Is this a one-off settlement or a precedent in disguise that could let economic offenders buy freedom?
Sir, we've seen the peculiar facts of this case. If you could please make us understand, is this not going to be a bad precedent in the case of fugitive extradition, fugitives like Mehul Choksi and Vijay Mallya, who already escaped to the lap of luxury, are going to enjoy the benefits of this judgment of the top court?
So let's go back to the Bhopal gas tragedy. Initially, on payment of compensation, all criminal cases were quashed. But later on, the Supreme Court recalled its order. Come a few decades later, the Supreme Court had looked at these matters and said, we should allow cases to be quashed. That's about 2 decades later. And then about a decade ago, the Supreme Court again changed its view and said, cases of corruption should not be quashed. Having said that, the issue is, as this case, as in many other cases, the courts will try and balance equities, that is recovery of money, crimes of corruption, as also the collection of the dues of the banks. Now, in this case, as in other cases where similar settlements have been accepted, courts have acted in terms of the Supreme Court alone. The High Courts can't do it. The Supreme Court alone has acted in exercise of its inherent powers or its constitutional powers in what they call doing justice under Article 142. Now, that is a power which is not trammeled by any law, not controlled by any law necessarily. Of course, if there is a law, Article 142 may not be given recourse to. So this is something in an extraordinary case, in an extraordinary power has been done. Will it help other fugitives or other people? It might. Absolutely. You're absolutely right on that. Because people who have not submitted to the jurisdiction of Indian law may try and say, all right, we'll pay the money, please close the criminal case against us, which is not doable by ordinary courts, even the High Court, but only by the Supreme Court. So that is the legal position.
Let's move right now to the next story. Tracking the Karnataka Lokayukta officials conducted raids across the city in about 10 locations simultaneously amid its ongoing crackdown on corrupted government officers. Take a look.
Raids were conducted across Karnataka early this morning. Conducted by Karnataka's Lokayukta sleuths, the raids were conducted simultaneously across 10 locations in an attempt to crack down on the government officials suspected of amassing disproportionate assets. Visuals show the simultaneous raids being conducted across the state. From Karnataka University Professor Subhash Chandra's residence in Dharwad to APMC Assistant Director Prabhuji's residence in Devanagere, and even Municipality CEO Puttaswamy C's residence in Mandya. The raid in Mysore was particularly successful as retrieved in Hootgali Municipality Revenue Inspector Ramaswamy C's residence were property deeds worth crores, gold ornaments and cash. The government of Karnataka has been cracking down on corruption, and the raids are a consequence of this determination to ensure that common man does not suffer due to the avarice of the government officials and they serve the public without seeking bribes and favors.
And we also move right now to our next segment, Bharat in 1 minute, where we get to all that's making news across the nation. Let's get started.
Bharat 1 minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Amid rising speculations of infighting in Karnataka Congress, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar met Party President Mallikarjun Kharge in the state capital. This crucial meeting comes when MLAs from the Shivakumar faction have already been camping in Delhi to meet the Congress High Command. Karnataka Lokayukta conducted massive simultaneous raids in multiple districts across the state, targeting officials accused of corruption. Search operations were carried out in Bengaluru, Mysuru, and many other districts against officials from different departments. Property deeds worth crores, gold ornaments, and cash have been recovered from Inspector Ramaswamy's residence in Mysuru. The sacred gates of the Badrinath Dham will be closed from today for the winter season. For the ceremonial closure of the gates, the temple has been decorated with 12 quintals of marigold flowers, with large numbers of devotees arriving to witness this significant ceremony. Mandir will now open for the devotees in April next year. Viewers, tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan have flared up once again. Kabul has accused Islamabad of launching overnight airstrikes deep inside its eastern provinces, killing 10 civilians, including 9 children. The strike comes amid a fragile ceasefire already under strain and just a day after a major suicide attack in Peshawar. Here's more.
Fresh tensions erupting between Afghanistan and Pakistan after Kabul accused Islamabad of launching overnight strikes deep inside its eastern provinces. According to the Taliban government, 10 civilians were killed, mostly children, in 3 provinces: Khost, Kunar and Paktika. Taliban spokesperson Zabihullah Mujahid posted on X that Pakistan bombed a civilian home in Khost, killing 9 children and a woman. He added that the strikes in Kunar and Paktika injured at least 4 more civilians. Pakistan's military has not yet commented, but the allegations come weeks after Kabul accused Pakistan of carrying out drone strikes in Kabul, triggering cross-border clashes. Zalmay Khalilzad, a former US Special Representative for Afghanistan, condemned the airstrikes, calling for diplomacy to prevent wider conflict. Despite the escalation, the Qatar-Turkey brokered ceasefire from October still technically remains in place. The latest flare-up coincides with a deadly attack in Pakistan's Peshawar, where 2 suicide bombers and a gunman stormed the Federal Constabulary headquarters on Monday. 3 officers were killed and 11 injured. While no group claimed responsibility, suspicion quickly fell on the Pakistani Taliban, the TTP. Pakistan maintains that Afghanistan must prevent TTP fighters from using Afghan territory to launch attacks. Kabul insists that it does not allow any group to use its soil against any country. Bilateral ties have rapidly deteriorated since Afghanistan blamed Pakistan for the 9th of October drone strikes on Kabul and threatened retaliation. The clashes that followed killed dozens of soldiers, civilians and militants on both sides before the ceasefire took hold on 19th of October. 2 rounds of talks in Istanbul have since failed. The tension has also frozen trade between the 2 nations. With no breakthrough in talks and renewed deadly accusations, the fragile relationship between Kabul and Islamabad appears to be sliding towards a deeper crisis.
And viewers, so we have for now, but do not go anywhere. We'll go live in breaking next once again. And our top story is Mamata issuing a direct threat, saying that if she is attacked, then India will be jolted too.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October
Today, for most parts of the developed world, in Europe, in the United States, in the Middle East, Australia, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, they are all finding in India a trusted partner, and this is going to drive huge amounts of investment and technology, which will not only serve the needs of a growing aspirational India, which will also be the sourcing base for the world.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly built and expanded a white-collar terror network with the help of Pak-based Jaish handler Umar bin Khattab, alias Harjula. The police found improvised explosive devices materials, electronic gadgets during raid at his residence, providing leads to a wider nexus. The investigation
A very good evening, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. It's a historic moment for every Indian today and every Sanatani, of course, as the Dhwajarohan takes place today. This morning, it marked the completion of the Bhavya Ram temple. We'll give you a lowdown on what all happened and the message, the very important message that the Prime Minister sent out today in his speech from the dais at Ayodhya. We'll tell you all and much more, but first, a quick check of the headlines.
सत्ता के हर कोने में गुलामी की इस मानसिकता ने डेरा डाला हुआ था। अब हमने नौसेना के ध्वज से गुलामी के हर प्रतीक को हटाया है।
Prime Minister Modi demolishes calls for the demolition of Gulami mindset, says that Ram Lalla was ignored and was called fictitious in the past. Mamata Banerjee issues a direct threat, says if she's attacked, if Bengal is attacked, then India will be jolted too. Himanta Biswa Sarma gives a big statement on Zubin Garg death case in the Assembly. He says it was not criminal conspiracy but plain murder. Shraddha Kapoor's brother Siddhant summoned by Mumbai police in drug case linked to Dawood Ibrahim. Selena Jaitley files domestic violence case against husband Peter Haag. Indian citizen from Arunachal Pradesh harassed at Shanghai airport. The citizen of India, who's from Arunachal Pradesh, speaks to the Republic and narrates her ordeal. All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now. India has issued a notification for a likely missile test in the Bay of Bengal region. A fresh NOTAM coming in just a few weeks after one was conducted already. There have been multiple exercises from the eastern theatre, from the east to north, and now this is a fresh NOTAM. Ishan joins us live on the broadcast for more. Ishan, likely dates are 6 to 8, December 6 to 8. Tell us more details, please, about this possible missile test.
Absolutely, the NOTAM issued for for the Bay of Bengal is from 6th to 8th of December. Now, what is interesting about this NOTAM is that it has a height restriction of 93,000 feet or 28 kilometers, which clearly indicates that there might be a high altitude missile test. And for this reason, this NOTAM is quite significant. We will be witnessing possibly a test of a high altitude missile, possibly a Pralay missile or an Agni variant. This test will be conducted between 6th to 8th of December, and the details of the NOTAM have just come forth. The most significant part of this NOTAM is the height restriction, because normally NOTAMs are issued for 28,000 feet, 30,000 feet, but this one is for 93,000 feet. A very high altitude test might take place. Now, this high altitude missile test will be testing the capabilities of our ballistic missile range, and that will be a very significant test in the upcoming days. Back to you.
Right, just a month ago, there were talks about the Agni 6 ICBM also, as India had declared, a 3,550 kilometer no-fly zone in the Bay of Bengal. It was just a few days ago, 10 days back, Ishan, and the NOTAM zone also was expanded. Could it be in connection to that? The planning has been going on for a long time.
Absolutely, this could be a continuation of the NOTAM, because as you remember, the NOTAM was extended 3 times, starting from 1500, then to 1700, and then finally to 3500 kilometers. Now, this extension of the NOTAM was...
Right. Stay on with us, Sean. We have defense expert Major General K.K. Sinha joining us on the broadcast. Very good evening to you. Thank you for joining us on Republic TV, General Sinha. This is, of course, a big development, sir. We've seen on the Western Front, we've seen those exercises Trishul and multiple other exercises that continue in Rajasthan, in other parts of the country, in Northeast as well. And now this NOTAM, sir, in Bay of Bengal of a possible missile test. How do you read into this situation?
Good evening, Jai Hind. This is
India is preparing for something big. India is likely to carry out certain tests, which is very, very important for India. Especially you see on 4th and 5th, Putin is here. That time, a lot of things will be there in India. Now, just after that, the missile test is the continuation, of course. But you just see the Notam area, 1,480 kilometer. The template which has been given, and also what has just been it has been brought out that the height clearance, it is too much. And I think we have never tested. These are only for the re-entry vehicles, which India is trying to have the capability, and we have got that capability in an Agni series of missiles. We tested Agni when we fired from the railway platform, the railway lines along with the bogie, which we have achieved that. Now, the second thing which we want to achieve is that, we have to go when you fire multiple warheads from a missile. That test is very, very important. And because we have achieved that capability, but we have to ensure that it gets absolutely formed in our complete missile system. Of course, Pralay, Agni 5, Agni 6, which we are doing it. We are not going for a very higher ranges. That we have to take it because we are not bothered about anti-continental ballistic missile. We are now focusing with going for the operational depth, basically covering the complete Pakistan and also the Chinese operational and strategic depth, which we want. So there is no point of going for a very higher ranges. But when you have to go for higher clearance, which has been brought out, that is the 93,000 feet, when we are looking for that, it is basically you go on the space and then you come back. And that gives the indication that we are going for testing of the multi-warhead in our missile system. And I think it is very apt time. Putin is here, with a lot of defense things will be, taking place. And as you brought it out, that it is very important what is happening in the Western Front. This is happening in the West Bay of Bengal. In the Western Front, you said that you exercised Trishul in the area of basically the run. And there was also indicators. You have seen, you heard Raksha Mantri, he is speaking that, the borders can change anytime. Right. And what he has been also brought out that, the gateway to the seaport of Karachi goes through the run. So these are all indicators. Then one more thing has come yesterday, where the army commander has been speaking that holding of ground, capturing ground, that is very important. Capturing on ground from the cold start to cold strike. The Rudra Brigade has been operationally now accepted that it is there. It has done in a record time. Rudra's sanction came during the Kargil day. That was July 26th. Yes. And within 3 months, absolutely, it is the integrated brigade, huge capability to cold strike. Yes. So these are good indicators, and this is happening in tandem with that. And I think it is a great thing that India is doing as far as defense capability development is concerned.
It's beyond messaging, so you put it very rightly. What this really meaning is really, what really it means. But thank you so much, General K.K. Sinha, for joining us on Republic, and Nishan for getting us those details. Meanwhile, we cut across to Prime Minister Modi. In fact, we shift our focus to other stories, what happened in Ayodhya today. But for that, a quick look at the other stories from across the country. This is Bharat in a minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a roadshow in Ayodhya ahead of the flag hoisting ceremony. Ram Mandir temple, sacred saffron flag, hoisted atop the temple's 191 foot high shikhar. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju called for an all-party meeting ahead of the winter session of the Parliament. He announced that the session will begin on the 1st of December and will continue until December 19. President Murmu has also approved the dates for the session, and Parliament is set to have 15 sittings across the 19 days. The Bihar Pradesh Congress Committee has expelled 7 senior leaders for 6 years over repeated anti-party activities. A disciplinary review found continuous violations of party guidelines. Despite show cause notices, their responses were unsatisfactory, leading to strict action to protect their party's image and organizational discipline. And today, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi hoisted the Dhwaj, the flag of faith, atop the Ram temple, Ayodhya witnessed a historic moment. The sacred flag, crafted with fine silk and satin, representing unity, dignity and cultural pride. With the flag now flying high, the Ram temple's completion marks a powerful symbol of faith and devotion of millions of Indians.
The first glance of the Dhwaj, hoisted atop the Ram temple in Ayodhya by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, had appeared moments before the ceremony that Indians have passionately awaited for centuries.
Jai Shri Ram! Jai Shri Ram!
The right-angled triangular flag, with a height of 11 feet and 22 feet in length, carries the image of a radiant sun with an Om inscribed on it, along with the image of a Kovidara tree. PM Narendra Modi arrived in the holy city on the morning of the grand ceremony and also held a roadshow to the Ram Temple complex. A huge crowd gathered, including women and men who stood along the route to welcome PM Modi and showering flower petals on him.
भगवान राम अपने आप में एक वैल्यू सिस्टम है। ओरछा के राजा राम से लेकर रामेश्वरम के भक्त राम तक और शबरी के प्रभु राम से लेकर मिथिला के पाहुन राम जी तक, भारत के हर घर में, हर भारतीय के मन में और भारतवर्ष के हर कण कण में राम है। हमें याद रखना होगा, राम यानी आदर्श, राम यानी मर्यादा, राम यानी जीवन का सर्वोच्च चरित्र, राम यानी सत्य और पराक्रम का संगम। दिव्य गुणे शक्र समो रामः सत्य पराक्रमः। राम यानी धर्म पथ पर चलने वाला व्यक्तित्व। रामः सत्पुरुषो लोके सत्यः सत्यपरायणः। राम यानी जनता के सुख को सर्वोपरि रखना, प्रजा सुखत्वे चंद्रस्य। राम यानी धर्म और क्षमा का दरिया।
From the dais of Ayodhya, Prime Minister also demolished the Gulami mindset.
हमारे यहां भगवान बसवन्ना, उनके अनुभव मंटपा की जानकारी भी सीमित रखी गई। अनुभव मंटपा यानी जहां सामाजिक, धार्मिक और आर्थिक विषयों पर सार्वजनिक बहस होती थी, जहां सामूहिक सहमति से निर्णय लिए जाते थे। लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता के कारण इस भारत की कितनी ही पीढ़ियों को इस जानकारी से भी वंचित रखा गया। साथियों, हमारी व्यवस्था के हर कोने में गुलामी की इस मानसिकता ने डेरा डाला हुआ था।
RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat also graced the auspicious occasion and shared his thoughts on the exceptional Dhwaj.
रोज ये इच्छा मन में व्यक्त करते रहे कि मंदिर बनेगा बनेगा, बन गया। और आज उस मंदिर निर्माण की शास्त्रीय प्रक्रिया पूर्ण हो गई, ध्वजारोहण हो गया। राम राज्य का ध्वज जो कभी अयोध्या में फहराता था और संपूर्ण विश्व में अपने आलोक से सुख शांति प्रदान करता था, वो ध्वज आज फिर से नीचे से ऊपर चढ़ता हुआ और अपने शिखर पर विराजमान होता हुआ हमने अपनी आंखों से देखा है, इसी देह में देखा है.
PM Modi and Mohan Bhagwat offered prayers at Darshan and Puja at Sri Ram Darbar Garbhagrah amid Vedic mantra chants.
Hare Om.
The flag hoisting ceremony marks the formal completion of the temple's construction. During an exclusive interview with Kashyap Mewada from Ahmedabad, the creator of the auspicious Dharma Dhwaj, we discovered the unparalleled craftsmanship behind it.
ध्वजा के बारे में बताएं तो 3 लेयर फैब्रिक में बना है और उसमें सैटिन रेशमी वर्क किया हुआ है, फिर उसमें ऊपर गोल्डन एम्ब्रॉयडरी वर्क किया है, फिर इसके ऊपर कल्प वृक्ष, कोविदार वृक्ष बोलते हैं इसको, फिर उसके ऊपर सूर्य नारायण भगवान ओम सब हम लोगों ने किया हुआ है.
मतलब 3 सिंबल्स हैं. एक तो वृक्ष है जो इक्ष्वाकु परिवार का राज वृक्ष कहा जाता है, ओम है जो यूनिवर्सल साउंड जिसे हम कहते हैं, और तीसरा सूर्य नारायण भगवान की प्रतिकृति है. तो क्या इम्पोर्टेंस है इसके रंग, इसके रूप और जो बॉर्डर्स बनाई गई है, इन सब के बारे में हमें बताइए.
कोविदार वृक्ष का इम्पोर्टेंस ये है कि वो राम भगवान के टाइम का है और सूर्य नारायण भगवान जो राम का प्रतीक है, श्री राम भगवान का, और ओम भी उनका प्रतीक है. तो उसका जो बॉर्डर है वो भी हम लोगों ने गोल्डन एम्ब्रॉयडरी करके किया हुआ है.
The sacred saffron flag conveys a message of dignity, unity and cultural continuity, embodying the ideals of Ram Rajya. Today, as a Dharma Dhwaj rises over the Ram temple, Ayodhya experiences a historic and emotional moment. The flag at the top of the shikhar signifies the completion of the temple. It celebrates faith, devotion and the spirit of unity that has inspired generations.
Shifting focus now, Assam Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee on today declared in the State Assembly that singer Zubin Garg's death was not an accident but a murder. In fact, the 52-year-old singer-composer had died on the 19th of September while swimming in the sea in Singapore. And Chief Minister Sarma made the remarks during the winter session of the Assam Legislative Assembly. His statement comes during a discussion on the death of Zubin Garg initiated by the opposition through an adjournment motion. He clarified that the case did not fall under culpable homicide or criminal conspiracy, insisting that instead it was a plain murder.
সংসদীয় গণতন্ত্ৰত সাধাৰণতে শাসক পক্ষই সভা স্থগিত প্ৰস্তাৱ বিৰোধিতা কৰে আৰু আজিও স্বাভাৱিকভাৱে আমি সভা স্থগিত প্ৰস্তাৱৰ বিৰোধিতা কৰিব লাগিছে কিন্তু আমি কোনেও এই প্ৰস্তাৱৰ বিৰোধিতা নকৰি তাক পূৰ্ণ সমৰ্থন আগবঢ়াইছিল এই কাৰণে যে জুবিন গাৰ্গৰ মৃত্যু জুবিন গাৰ্গৰ হত্যা অসমৰ বাবে এটা অপূৰণীয় ক্ষতি আৰু এই ক্ষতিক হয়তো আমাৰ প্ৰজন্মই কেতিয়াও পূৰণ কৰিব নোৱাৰে জুবিন গাৰ্গৰ ক্ষতি অসমৰ প্ৰতিজন ব্যক্তিৰ বাবে এক অপূৰণীয় ক্ষতি প্ৰতিজন পৰিয়ালৰ ক্ষতি প্ৰতিটো জাতি উপজাতিৰ ক্ষতি আমাৰ জাতিয়ে এক মহা মূল্যৱান অমৰ সম্পদক হেৰুৱাই পেলালে মোৰ আজিও মনত আছে জুবিন গাৰ্গক গুৱাহাটীৰ এটা ব্যক্তিগত টিভি চেনেলে যেতিয়া তেওঁ শ্ৰেষ্ঠ অসমীয়াৰ সন্মান যাচিবৰ বাবে এটা অনুষ্ঠান আয়োজন কৰিছিল সেই অনুষ্ঠানত জুবিন গাৰ্গক সন্মুখত ৰাখি মই কৈছিলো যে জুবিন অসমৰ এক জাতীয় সম্পদ আৰু জুবিনক আমি তেওঁৰ সৃষ্টিৰে সদায় জীয়াই ৰাখিব লাগিব আৰু জুবিন আমাৰ বাবে সদায় আদৰৰ প্ৰাণৰ শিল্পী হৈ থাকিব এই প্ৰজন্ম জুবিনৰ ওচৰত সদায় ঋণী হৈ থাকিব লাগিব এই বক্তব্য জুবিনৰ মৃত্যুৰ পিছত মই দিয়া নাছিলো জুবিনৰ জীৱনকালত জুবিনৰ সন্মুখত জুবিনক মই এইদৰে শ্ৰদ্ধা দিছিলো আৰু জুবিনে এটা কথা সিদিনাখন কৈছিল যাক মই আজিও মনত পেলাওঁ যে হিমন্ত দাক মই মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী হিচাপে সম্বোধন নকৰো মই হিমন্ত দাক হিমন্ত দা হিচাপে কম গতিকে ব্যক্তিগত আৰু মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী হিচাপে আমাৰ সকলোৰে আবেগ জুবিনৰ লগত সমাহিত হৈ আছে আৰু সেই কাৰণে আমি জুবিনৰ হত্যা আৰু মৃত্যুৰ
পলিটিক্স নকৰিবা গানটো আপোনাৰ আৰু সৰ্বানন্দ সোণোৱালৰ কাৰণে গাইছিলে অখিল গগৈ প্লিজ সিট ডাউন ৰিপ্লাইটো শুনো প্লিজ অখিল গগৈ কিবা থাকিলে মানে পিছত আপুনি ক'ব মই টাইম দিম 1 মিনিট
অধ্যক্ষ মহোদয় মই যিমান দূৰ জানো পলিটিক্স নকৰিবা গানটো অখিল গগৈৰ কাৰণে গাইছিলে মই যিমান দূৰ জানো
Ayodhya Dhwajarohan, a Hindu assertion. Ayodhya landmark, the rising Hindu pride. Why is opposition nervous about Ayodhya landmark? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया सफेद चने या काले चने
सब कुछ मजेदार बने
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sane Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year, H-6K bombers from the People's Liberation Army Air Force conducted flights over the island, while June exercises involved over 70 aircraft, including J-16 fighters and unmanned drones, crossing the median line of the Taiwan Strait. Naval operations have featured Type 052D destroyers and Type 054A frigates patrolling the waters. Beijing frames these as defensive drills to deter independence moves.
Japan claims to be a peace-loving nation, yet the Takaichi...
Hi, I'm Saurabh Mukherjee of Marcellus Investment Managers. I'm the Chief Investment Officer at the firm, and I'm really looking forward to Republic Businesses India Economic Summit on 28th November. I hope to see you there.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall. According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly built and expanded a white-collar terror network with the help of Pak-based Jaish handler Umar bin Khattab, alias Harjula. The police found improvised explosive devices materials, electronic gadgets during raids.
Why are only employees being held culpable? Is there something else more than meets the eye? Why are these questions not being asked by the Americans? Are we now going to pretend it never happened? Chinese AI is nationalist for China. Indian AI has to be nationalist for India.
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good evening. You're watching 6 Stories at 6. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Here are the headlines. History has been made in Ayodhya, says Prime Minister Modi after the Dhwajarohan ceremony. West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee issues a direct threat, says if she's attacked, then India will be jolted too. The latest in the Zubin death probe, Assam CM Mamata claims in the assembly that the death of singer Zubin was a murder. Celebs under scanner in the 250 crore drug case. Shraddha Kapoor's brother Siddhant summoned by Mumbai police. Actor Selena Jaitley sues her husband for domestic violence, seeks 50 crore compensation. Republic speaks to Jaitley's legal team. And 9 children and a woman have been killed after Pakistan bombs Afghanistan. The Taliban government vows fierce response. Okay, so let's move ahead, viewers. The top story we're tracking right now. PM Modi has hoisted the Dharma Dhwaj atop the Ram temple. Ayodhya witnessed a historic moment, viewers. A sacred flag crafted with fine silk and satin represents unity, dignity and cultural pride. With the flag now flying high, the Ram temple's completion marks a powerful symbol of faith and devotion for millions of Indians. PM Modi said that the wounds and pain of centuries are healing as a 500-year-old resolve is finally being fulfilled after the formal completion of the Ram temple. Take a look.
The first glance of the Dharma Dhwaj, hoisted atop the Ram temple in Ayodhya by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, had appeared moments before the ceremony that Indians have passionately awaited for centuries.
Jai Shri Ram! Jai Shri Ram!
The right-angled triangular flag, with a height of 11 feet and 22 feet in length, carries the image of a radiant sun with an Om inscribed on it, along with the image of a Kovidara tree. PM Narendra Modi arrived in the holy city on the morning of the grand ceremony and also held a roadshow to the Ram Temple complex. A huge crowd gathered, including women and men who stood along the route to welcome PM Modi and showering flower petals on him.
भगवान राम अपने आप में एक वैल्यू सिस्टम है। ओरछा के राजा राम से लेकर रामेश्वरम के भक्त राम तक और शबरी के प्रभु राम से लेकर मिथिला के पाहुन राम जी तक भारत के हर घर में, हर भारतीय के मन में और भारतवर्ष के हर कण कण में राम है। हमें याद रखना होगा, राम यानी आदर्श, राम यानी मर्यादा, राम यानी जीवन का सर्वोच्च चरित्र, राम यानी सत्य और पराक्रम का संगम। दिव्य गुणे शक्र समो रामः सत्य पराक्रमः। राम यानी धर्म पथ पर चलने वाला व्यक्तित्व। रामः सत्पुरुषो लोके सत्यः सत्यपरायणः। राम यानी जनता के सुख को सर्वोपरि रखना। प्रजा सुखत्वे चंद्रस्य राम यानी धर्म और क्षमा का दरिया.
From the dais of Ayodhya, Prime Minister also demolished the Gulami mindset.
हमारे यहाँ भगवान बसवन्ना, उनके अनुभव मंटपा की जानकारी भी सीमित रखी गई. अनुभव मंटपा यानी जहां सामाजिक, धार्मिक और आर्थिक विषयों पर सार्वजनिक बहस होती थी, जहां सामूहिक सहमति से निर्णय लिए जाते थे. लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता के कारण इस भारत की कितनी ही पीढ़ियों को इस जानकारी से भी वंचित रखा गया. साथियों, हमारी व्यवस्था के हर कोने में गुलामी की इस मानसिकता ने डेरा डाला हुआ था.
RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat also graced the auspicious occasion and shared his thoughts on the exceptional Dharmadhwaj.
रोज ये इच्छा मन में व्यक्त करते रहे कि मंदिर बनेगा बनेगा, बन गया. और आज उस मंदिर निर्माण की शास्त्रीय प्रक्रिया पूर्ण हो गई. ध्वजारोहण हो गया. राम राज्य का ध्वज जो कभी अयोध्या में फहराता था और संपूर्ण विश्व में अपने आलोक से सुख शांति प्रदान करता था, वो ध्वज आज फिर से नीचे से ऊपर चढ़ता हुआ और अपने शिखर पर विराजमान होता हुआ हमने अपनी आंखों से देखा है, इसी देह में देखा है.
PM Modi and Mohan Bhagwat offered prayers at Darshan and Puja at Shri Ram Darbar Garbhagriha amid Vedic mantra chants.
Hare Om.
The flag hoisting ceremony marks the formal completion of the temple's construction. During an exclusive interview with Kashyap Mewada from Ahmedabad, the creator of the auspicious Dharmadhwaj, we discovered the unparalleled craftsmanship behind it.
ध्वजा के बारे में बताएं तो 3 लेयर फैब्रिक में बना है और उसमें सैटिन रेशमी वर्क किया हुआ है. फिर उसमें ऊपर गोल्डन एम्ब्रॉयडरी वर्क किया है. फिर इसके ऊपर कल्प वृक्ष, कोविदार वृक्ष बोलते हैं इसको. फिर उसके ऊपर सूर्यनारायण भगवान, ओम, सब हम लोगों ने किया हुआ है.
मतलब 3 सिंबल्स हैं. एक तो वृक्ष है जो इक्ष्वाकु परिवार का राजवृक्ष कहा जाता है. ओम है जो यूनिवर्सल साउंड जिसे हम कहते हैं. और तीसरा सूर्यनारायण भगवान की प्रतिकृति है. तो क्या इम्पोर्टेंस है इसके रंग, इसके रूप और जो बॉर्डर्स बनाई गई है, सब के बारे में हमें बताइए.
कोविदार वृक्ष का इम्पोर्टेंस ये है कि वो राम भगवान के टाइम का है और सूर्यनारायण भगवान जो राम का प्रतीक है, श्री राम भगवान का, और ओम भी उनका प्रतीक है. तो उसका जो बॉर्डर है वो भी हम लोगों ने गोल्डन एम्ब्रॉयडरी करके किया हुआ है पूरा.
The sacred saffron flag conveys a message of dignity, unity and cultural continuity, embodying the ideals of Ram Rajya. Today, as the Dharmadhwaj rises over the Ram temple, Ayodhya experiences a historic and emotional moment. The flag at the top of the shikhar signifies the completion of the temple. It celebrates faith, devotion and the spirit of unity that has inspired generations.
And viewers, West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee has escalated her attack on the BJP, issuing her sharpest warning yet amid the growing row over the SIR exercise at a rally in North 24 Parganas. The TMC chief said that if the BJP tries to touch Bengal, we will shake the entire country. Here's the full report, viewers. Take a look.
As the controversy erupts over the Bengal SIR exercise, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has issued a direct threat.
আমায় বাংলায় আঘাত করলে
কারণ মানুষকে আঘাত করলে আমি মনে করি আমাকে আঘাত করছে। আমাকে আঘাত করলে আমি সারা ভারতবর্ষ হিলিয়ে দেব।
Addressing a massive rally in North 24 Parganas, Mamata Banerjee declared that if the BJP tries to touch Bengal, we will shake the entire country, triggering a major political flashpoint. The TMC chief compared the situation to the Bihar elections, saying opposition leaders were bechara. They could not understand BJP's game. She says her party understands the BJP's game and won't let their game succeed in Bengal.
আমায় বাংলায় আঘাত করলে, কারণ মানুষকে আঘাত করলে আমি মনে করি আমাকে আঘাত করছে। আমাকে আঘাত করলে আমি সারা ভারতবর্ষ হিলিয়ে দেব। এটা মাথায় রেখো। ইলেকশনের পরে আমিও একটু দেশটা চষে বেড়াবো।
She also hit out at the BJP over the CAA process, claiming the party is selling cards in the name of CAA card and misleading Bangladeshi Hindus, warning that such undertakings will put people in deeper trouble. With her threat that India will be jolted, Mamata Banerjee has triggered a massive political showdown.
And viewers, as the SIT probes the case of Zubin Garg's mysterious death, the Assam CM Himanta has now made a big remark speaking in the assembly. Now, he's called the singer's death a plain, a simple murder. That is right. Himanta's statement comes at a time when sympathy runs high for the late singer after he was murdered in Singapore while participating in the Northeast India festival. So the death is being probed and the CM says it's a murder.
মোক এনেকে এটেক কৰিলে মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰীয়ে কিয় হত্যা বুলি কৈছে আৰে দিস ইজ অন ৰেকৰ্ড এখন কোৰ্টৰ ৰেকৰ্ডত আছে যে দিস ইজ এ মাৰ্ডাৰ
The winter session of the Assam Legislative Assembly echoed with sympathy for late singer and Assam's music sensation Zubin Garg.
যিদিনাখন তদন্ত ৰিপৰ্ট আহিব চাৰ্জশিট আহিব সিদিনাখন যদি কোনোবা উকিলে কয় দিস ইজ এ উইক চাৰ্জশিট বেলেগ কথা কিন্তু আজিৰ দিনটো যেতিয়া আমি দেখাই নাই চাৰ্জশিটখন কি হ'ব মোক এনেকে এটেক কৰিলে মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰীয়ে কিয় হত্যা বুলি কৈছে আৰে দিস ইজ অন ৰেকৰ্ড এখন কোৰ্টৰ ৰেকৰ্ডত আছে যে দিস ইজ এ মাৰ্ডাৰ মইতো হত্যাই কম ইট ইজ এ মাৰ্ডাৰ মই আজিও এক সদনত কৈছো
In a discussion during the adjournment motion, Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma called the mysterious death of the singer a plain and simple murder. The Chief Minister said it was executed by one killer supported by 5 helpers. Sarma asserted of police evidence indicating strongly towards a planned murder of the singer. One of Assam's most celebrated musicians, Zubin Garg, had died in September under mysterious circumstances while participating in the Northeast India festival in Singapore. He was out swimming in the sea when the incident reportedly happened. Sentiments soared high in the state since the singer's death. The case was taken up in India under the BNSS, with Himanta government forming a special investigation team of the Assam police to investigate the cause of the death.
Home Minister Sri Amit Shah ji has accorded sanction to proceed the matter further, and the sanction will enable us to give charge sheet in time. So one of the major steps towards bringing the conclusion of the case was 208 BNS.
Organizers of the event, Shamkanu Mahanta, singer's manager Siddharth Sharma, 2 band members, and one of the singer's cousin Sandeepan Garg were arrested for their alleged role. All stay in custody while the alleged murder is being probed.
And viewers, Mumbai police questioned Siddhant Kapoor, the brother of actress Shraddha Kapoor, in the connection with a 252 crore narcotics case. His involvement emerged during the investigation of drug supplier Mohammed Salim Sheikh, also known as Lavish. A case also named Shraddha's influencer Ori, politician Zishan Siddiqui and actress Noora Fatehi. Authorities are currently verifying allegations about drugs being supplied at parties, and more individuals are expected to be called for questioning. Here's more.
Siddhant Kapoor, the brother of actress Shraddha Kapoor, was summoned by the narcotics cell today to record his statement in connection with the Rs 252 crore narcotics case. The police had summoned Siddhant in the case after his name emerged while questioning Mohammad Salim Sheikh alias Lavish.
Siddhant Kapoor, brother of Bollywood actress Shraddha Kapoor, was summoned by anti-narcotics cell of Mumbai police, and he came here at 1 o'clock.
Salim Sheikh is an alleged major narcotics supplier who was recently deported from Dubai. Other than Siddhant, the names of actress Shraddha Kapoor, social media influencer popularly known as Ori, politician Zishan Siddiqui and actress Noora Fatehi had emerged in connection with the case. Mumbai police had already summoned Ori, but his lawyer said that he was out of town. He is now scheduled to appear before the police on November 26th to record his statement. Police say they are currently recording statements of people who Lavish claimed attended the parties and where drugs got supplied. His claims are also under verification. More people named by Lavish will soon be called in to give their statements by the anti-narcotics cell. Lavish, brought back from Dubai in October, was arrested in the Rs 252 crore Sangli mephedrone case. Police say he worked closely with the drug lord Salim Dola and helped run manufacturing operations across at least 7 states. Sources say police are also tracking Salim Dola, who was suspected to be hiding in Turkey after fleeing from the UAE. The Mumbai police also stated, depending on what the investigation reveals, they will decide who should be treated as an accused and who will be treated or listed as a witness.
A Bollywood actor and former Miss India, Selena Jaitley, has filed a domestic violence case against her husband, Peter Hagg, in a Mumbai court. Amid the legal proceedings, Selena shared a long, emotional note on Instagram, opening up about the personal struggle behind the complaint. The magistrate has now issued notice to Selena's husband, even as Selena has also battling a separate crisis on her brother's detention in the UAE. Here's a full report on what is happening so far.
Bollywood actress and former Miss India and Miss Universe runner-up Selena Jaitley has taken her battle to the court, filing a domestic violence case against her husband, Peter Hagg, under the Domestic Violence Act. The complaint has been registered in the Court of Judicial Magistrate, First Class Andheri, before the Judge S.C. Tadye. When the matter was taken up today, the court completed verification of a petition and formally issued notice to Peter Hagg for December 12, 2025. In her petition, Selena alleges domestic violence, cruelty and manipulation, claiming assume that forced her to leave Austria and return to India. The actress is represented by a team from Karan Javla and Co., Senior Partner Sandeep Kapoor, Principal Associate Niharika Karan Javla Mishra, Senior Associate Ridham Vohra Ahuja, along with Mumbai-based lawyer Arpan Rajput.
A domestic violence petition filed on behalf of Ms. Selena Jaitley against her husband, Mr. Peter Hagg, alleging cruelty, manipulation and violence came up today before the court of the learned Judicial Magistrate First Class Andheri in Mumbai. His Lordship was pleased to issue notice, returnable on the 12th of December 2025, to Mr. Hagg. We are hopeful, as Selena's lawyers, that justice will be done in her case going forward.
After her lawyer's statement, actress Selena Jaitley has now spoken out, releasing an emotional note on Instagram, calling it the strongest and most turbulent storm of her life. Selena has said that she has been fighting completely alone, without her parents, without her brother, without her children, and without the support she once believed she had. This legal battle comes even as Selena is fighting for another crisis of her brother, Major retired Vikrant Jaitley, who has been detained in the UAE. Selena recently approached the Delhi High Court alleging he was illegally abducted and detained by authorities there. She has claimed that despite repeated efforts, the Ministry of External Affairs has failed to secure basic information about his welfare or legal status since his detention in September 2024. The case now returns to the court on December 12th when the notice issued to Peter Hague will be taken up.
And viewers, tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan have flared up once again. Kabul has accused Islamabad of launching overnight airstrikes deep inside its eastern provinces, killing 10 civilians, including 9 children. The strike comes amid a fragile ceasefire already under strain and just a day after a major suicide attack in Peshawar. In the meanwhile, Afghanistan vows appropriate response. Here's a full report.
Fresh tensions erupting between Afghanistan and Pakistan after Kabul accused Islamabad of launching overnight strikes deep inside its eastern provinces. According to the Taliban government, 10 civilians were killed, mostly children, in 3 provinces: Khost, Kunar and Paktika. Taliban spokesperson Zabihullah Mujahid posted on X that Pakistan bombed a civilian home in Khost, killing 9 children and a woman. He added that the strikes in Kunar and Paktika injured at least 4 more civilians. Pakistan's military has not yet commented, but the allegations come weeks after Kabul accused Pakistan of carrying out drone strikes in Kabul, triggering cross-border clashes. Zalmay Khalilzad, a former US Special Representative for Afghanistan, condemned the airstrikes, calling for diplomacy to prevent wider conflict. Despite the escalation, the Qatar-Turkey brokered ceasefire from October still technically remains in place. The latest flare-up coincides with a deadly attack in Pakistan's Peshawar, where 2 suicide bombers and a gunman stormed the Federal Constabulary headquarters on Monday. 3 officers were killed and 11 injured. While no group claimed responsibility, suspicion quickly fell on the Pakistani Taliban, the TTP. Pakistan maintains that Afghanistan must prevent TTP fighters from using Afghan territory to launch attacks. Kabul insists that it does not allow any group to use its soil against any country. Bilateral ties have rapidly deteriorated since Afghanistan blamed Pakistan for the 9th of October drone strikes on Kabul and threatened retaliation. The clashes that followed killed dozens of soldiers, civilians and militants on both sides before the ceasefire took hold on 19th of October. 2 rounds of talks in Istanbul have since failed. The tension has also frozen trade between the 2 nations. With no breakthrough in talks and renewed deadly accusations, the fragile relationship between Kabul and Islamabad appears to be sliding towards a deeper crisis.
And viewers, this is Shivangi Shukla signing off from 6 Stories at 6. Do not go anywhere. Next, we will go live and breaking.
MDH की देगी मीरज, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मीरज।
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
और शाही पनीर मसाला. Delicious, healthy, every day.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year, H-6K bombers from the People's Liberation Army Air Force conducted flights over the island, while June exercises involved over 70 aircraft, including J-16 fighters and unmanned drones, crossing the median line of the Taiwan Strait. Naval operations have featured Type 052D destroyers and Type 054A frigates patrolling the waters.
Ayodhya Dhwajarohan, a Hindu assertion. Ayodhya landmark, the rising Hindu pride. Why is opposition nervous about Ayodhya landmark? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Prime Minister demolishes the Gulabi mindset, raises questions about how the opposition has once again ignored Ram Mandir. Mamata issues a direct threat, says if she is attacked, then India will be jolted too. Himanta Biswa Sarma gives a big statement on Zubin death case in assembly. He says it was not criminal conspiracy, but plain murder. Shraddha Kapoor's brother Siddhant summoned by Mumbai police in the drug case linked to Dawood Ibrahim. Selena Jaitley files domestic violence case against her husband Peter Hag. Indian citizen from Arunachal Pradesh harassed at Shanghai airport. She speaks to Republic and narrates her ordeal. Starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in. Shraddha Kapoor's brother, Siddhant Kapoor, in fact, appeared before the anti-narcotic cell earlier today. He was summoned by the Mumbai police. The case centers around a huge drug manufacturing and distribution network, and Siddhant Kapoor's name reportedly came up during the interrogation of a key accused, Mohammad Salim Suhail Sheikh. Now, Mohammad Suhail Sheikh has taken the name of several Bollywood celebrities. In fact, we are given to understand that several of them have been now called in for questioning. In fact, influencer Ori was also called in for questioning by the Mumbai Police's anti-narcotic cell. My colleague Meenakshi did actually confront Siddhant Kapoor the moment he came out of the anti-narcotic cell. Take a look.
Salim Sheikh, what exactly your connection with Salim Sheikh? Siddhant, were you present in this rave party?
In fact, what you see right now on your screens is Siddhant Kapoor, who had appeared before the anti-narcotic cell earlier today. This was after summons were issued by the Mumbai police. He is one of the many who have been called in for questioning by the Mumbai police. In fact, sources within the anti-narcotic cell are essentially saying that the statements are being recorded because their name have surfaced during the questioning of Mohammad Suhail Sheikh, who has been taken into custody. And during the interrogation, he has taken the name of several Bollywood celebrities, saying that they had procured drugs from him. In fact, the Mumbai police, however, hasn't made any official statement with regards to whether at all they've found direct links between some of the Bollywood celebrities with the... In fact, what we'll try and do right now is play out the response that came in. We did actually question Siddhant Kapoor the moment he stepped out of the anti-narcotic cell, and there was no response really coming in from him. Take a look.
Siddharth, do you know Salim Sheikh? Siddharth, do you know Salim Sheikh? What exactly your connection with Salim Sheikh? Siddharth, were you present in this rave party? Siddharth. Siddharth, do you know Salim Sheikh? Siddharth, do you know Salim Sheikh? What exactly your connection with Salim Sheikh? Siddharth, were you present in this rave party? Siddharth.
Getting you an exclusive story linked to a drug cartel. Jaswinder Singh, alias Jazz, is the alleged mastermind behind a major drug cartel, currently living in Dubai. Originally from Philor in Punjab, he holds a UK citizenship. We have now accessed exclusive pictures of the accused. Jaswinder Singh is accused of being the kingpin behind the 328-kilogram drug bust by the NCB and the special cell in Chhatarpur, as well as the 82-kilogram of cocaine bust in November 2024. What we are picking up is that he was also involved in a clandestine lab busted by the NCB in Ludhiana in January 2024. In fact, the Ministry of Home Affairs is working towards bringing him back to India. He's currently in Dubai. That's the last known location of Jazz on your screens right now. The accused who has been identified. Let me also go across to our political editor, Aishwarya Kapoor, who is joining us on this broadcast. Aishwarya, what more details are we picking up in terms of his link, the main accused, with the 328 kilogram of drug bust that was done by the Narcotics Control Bureau?
Well, he's the same man, Shavan, who was involved in the 82 kg cocaine bust by the NCB in November 2024. He's said to be a UK citizen. He is originally a native of Punjab. He's currently staying in Dubai. His name, as you stated, Jaswinder Singh, alias Jazz. He is said to be the kingpin in the 328 kg drug bust, which has been busted by the NCP and the Delhi Special Cell in Chhatarpur. Being told that his links are also said to be not only with the drug cartel, but also terror-involved individuals in certain areas, and to be very specific, across the border in Pakistan. And that's why we are being told that the process to bring this man in will not only expose the whole drug network, but also the OGW network, which in one way or the other helped the terror activities in the country. And specifically his network in Punjab is said to be in-depth network, which the agencies are trying to bust. we are being told there are around 16 to 17 individuals across 18 districts of Punjab, which are already on the list of the NCP and which have been given not only to the ED, because there is a lot of money laundering which has happened in this area, in this case as well. But as we just said, the nexus between drug and terror is what the agencies are looking at this time. And these are exclusive pictures of Jazz which are on Republic.
Aishwarya, just before I let you go, just a quick question with regards to his current location, as you've been pointing out that he's in Dubai. Do you have any details with regards to whether the process has already begun of bringing him back, a red corner notice, whether that has been issued so far?
Well, what we are being told that within the next 48 hours, Shavan, that's what I've been told by my sources, that maximum within the next 48 hours, that process will begin. At this point of time, this information is exclusive with us. This picture is exclusive with us because a lot of channels claiming to be having the information have ran wrong information, wrong pictures. So this is the real picture, and the process of bringing this man in, and it's not only about the drug network, it's the connection between the drug and terror which the agencies are looking at, is going to begin within maximum of 48 hours. Shaban.
Thank you very much, Aishwarya, getting us that big exclusive with regards to a drug cartel mastermind who has been taken, would be brought back to India. Let me now take you through what else is making news at this hour.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Punjab Director General of Police Gaurav Yadav was summoned by the Election Commission in connection with complaints of alleged police interference during the Taran Assembly by-poll. Bihar Legislative Assembly session to take place from Monday. Oath and affirmation by newly elected members of the Bihar Legislative Assembly will take place with the election of new Bihar Assembly Speaker. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Dev Sai met Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav today in the national capital, discussing on expanding railway facilities in the state, expediting new railway projects and ensuring the timely completion of ongoing works. Well, staying with the story that we broke just a short while back, this is with regards to the anti-narcotics cell in Mumbai police, which is basically looking into a major drug racket where actor Siddhant Kapoor, brother of Shraddha Kapoor, was being questioned. In fact, my colleague Meenakshi, whom we'll try and get her in a short while from now, has picked up from sources within the Mumbai police that Siddhant wasn't really cooperative, and Salim Sheikh, the main accused here, claims that he attended the rave parties in 2017 and 2019. Siddhant, in fact, hasn't denied or even confirmed his presence, leading to further scrutiny. In fact, that is the reason why it seems that the anti-narcotics cell, in all likelihood, will be calling him once again for further questioning. We'll try and see if we can go across to Meenakshi on the phone line, please, to get more details with regards to what's really happening. Just a quick recap of what we know so far. On your screens right now, this was the time when Siddhant Kapoor had entered the anti-narcotics cell for roughly about a little over 4 hours. He was questioned by the anti-narcotics cell. We'll try and play out that sequence with Siddhant Kapoor, who's asked a question by my colleague Meenakshi with regards to whether at all he was present there, because that remains the fulcrum of this entire investigation as to whether at all he was present in the rave parties between 2017 and 2019. In fact, that is what you've had the main accused making a claim during the interrogation. Take a look when my colleague Meenakshi asked the same very question, but there was no response.
Siddharth, do you know Salim Sheikh? Siddharth, do you know Salim Sheikh? What exactly your connection with Salim Sheikh? Siddharth, were you present in this rave party? Siddharth. Siddharth, do you know Salim Sheikh? Siddharth, do you know Salim Sheikh? What exactly your connection with Salim Sheikh? Siddharth, were you present in this rave party? Siddharth.
Let's also take you through another big story that we have been tracking through the day. This is with regards to the situation in Afghanistan, where the tension between Afghanistan and Pakistan have flared up once again. Kabul, in fact, has accused Islamabad of launching overnight airstrikes deep inside its eastern provinces, killing over 10 civilians, which includes 9 children. The strike comes amid a fragile ceasefire already under strain and just a day after a major suicide attack that took place in Peshawar. Take a look at this full report.
Fresh tensions erupting between Afghanistan and Pakistan after Kabul accused Islamabad of launching overnight strikes deep inside its eastern provinces. According to the Taliban government, 10 civilians were killed, mostly children, in 3 provinces, Khost, Kunar and Paktika. Taliban spokesperson Zabihullah Mujahid posted on X that Pakistan bombed a civilian home in Khost, killing 9 children and a woman. He added that the strikes in Kunar and Paktika injured at least 4 more civilians. Pakistan's military has not yet commented, but the allegations come weeks after Kabul accused Pakistan of carrying out drone strikes in Kabul, triggering cross-border clashes. Zalmay Khalilzad, a former US Special Representative for Afghanistan, condemned the airstrikes, calling for diplomacy to prevent wider conflict. Despite the escalation, the Qatar-Turkey brokered ceasefire from October still technically remains in place. The latest flare-up coincides with a deadly attack in Pakistan's Peshawar, where 2 suicide bombers and a gunman stormed the Federal Constabulary headquarters on Monday. 3 officers were killed and 11 injured. While no group claimed responsibility, suspicion quickly fell on the Pakistani Taliban, the TTP. Pakistan maintains that Afghanistan must prevent TTP fighters from using Afghan territory to launch attacks. Kabul insists that it does not allow any group to use its soil against any country. Bilateral ties have rapidly deteriorated since Afghanistan blamed Pakistan for the 9th of October drone strikes on Kabul and threatened retaliation. The clashes that followed killed dozens of soldiers, civilians and militants on both sides before the ceasefire took hold on 19th of October. 2 rounds of talks in Istanbul have since failed. The tension has also frozen trade between the 2 nations. With no breakthrough in talks and renewed deadly accusations, the fragile relationship between Kabul and Islamabad appears to be sliding towards a deeper crisis.
Well, it's Bharat in 1 minute coming up, taking you through all that has happened across the country.
Bharat 1 minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Amid rising speculations of infighting in Congress party in the state of Karnataka, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar met party President Mallikarjun Kharge in the state capital. Now, this crucial meeting comes when MLAs from the Shivakumar faction have already been camping in the national capital to meet the Congress High Command. Now, as per sources, both the leaders left for the airport in the same car. Karnataka Lokayukta conducted massive simultaneous raids in multiple districts across the state, targeting officials accused of corruption. Search operations were carried out in Bengaluru, Mysuru and Dharwad, among other districts, against officials from different departments. Property deeds worth crores, gold ornaments and cash have also been recovered from Inspector Ramaswamy's residence in Mysuru till now. The sacred gates of Badrinath Dham will be closed from today for the winter season. For the ceremonial closure of the gates, the temple has been decorated with 12 quintals of marigold flowers, with large number of devotees arriving to witness the significant ceremony. The mandir will now open for the devotees in April next year. As defence cooperation deepens between India and Morocco, Rear Admiral of Royal Moroccan Navy, Mohammed Tahin, visited India, receiving a Guard of Honour in the national capital. The visit is seen as a reiteration of the commitment of achieving common defence interests. What is the full context of it? Take a look at this report.
marking a significant milestone in bilateral defense journey with Morocco. Rear Admiral of the Moroccan Navy, Mohammed Tahin, received the Guard of Honor here in the national capital. He was received in Delhi by Indian Navy Chief Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi. This defense visit comes trailing closely after Defense Minister Rajnath Singh's visit to Morocco in September. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh had undertaken a 2-day official visit to Morocco, marking the first ever official travel of an Indian defense minister to the North African nation. His visit was marked by defense MOUs between the two countries, paving way for future collaboration. India and Morocco now plan to work together in defense capacity building and joint military exercises in the future. With India's first ever overseas defense manufacturing facility inaugurated recently in Morocco, bilateral defense engagement deepens between the two nations. And now this visit of Rear Admiral Tahin reiterates the commitment of achieving common strategic interests.
As the SIT probes the case of singer Zubin Garg's mysterious death, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma today spoke in the Assembly, calling the singer's death a plain, simple murder. Himanta's statement comes at a time when sympathy runs high for the late singer after he was murdered in Singapore while participating in the Northeast India festival.
This is on record. Ekon court record that this is a murder.
The winter session of the Assam Legislative Assembly echoed with sympathy for late singer and Assam's music sensation Zubin Garg.
Jidinakhon todonto report ahibo charge sheet ahibo hidinakhon jodi konoba ukile koi this is a weak charge sheet belek kotha kila aji dintu jetia ami dekhai nai charge sheet khon ki hobo muk eneke attack korile mukhyamantri kyo hottya boli koise are this is on record. Ekon court record ase that this is a murder. Moi to hottya kom. It is a murder. Moi ajiu ek hodonot koisu.
In a discussion during the adjournment motion, Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma called the mysterious death of the singer a plain and simple murder. The Chief Minister said it was executed by one killer supported by 5 helpers. Sarma asserted of police evidence indicating strongly towards a planned murder of the singer. One of Assam's most celebrated musicians, Zubin Garg, had died in September under mysterious circumstances while participating in the Northeast India Festival in Singapore. He was out swimming in the sea when the incident reportedly happened. Sentiments soar high in the state since the singer's death. The case was taken up in India under the BNSS, with Himanta government forming a special investigation team of the Assam police to investigate the cause of the death.
Home Minister Sri Amit Shah ji has accorded sanction to proceed the matter further, and the sanction will enable us to give charge sheet in time. So one of the major steps towards bringing the conclusion of the case was 208 BNS.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
QS&T achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by...
Hi, I'm Deepak Jayaraman, and I'm excited to be part of the India Economic Summit, hosted by Republic Business on the 28th of November 2025 at the Republic headquarters in Noida. Look forward to seeing you there.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as.
Why are only employees being held accountable? Is there something else more than meets the eye? Why are these questions not being asked by the Americans? Are we now going to pretend it never happened? Chinese AI is nationalist for China. Indian AI has to be nationalist for India.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
They were asked to pay a certain amount to settle. We'll tell you why it's on the show and it's controversial. We have top lawyers asking questions on whether this can now become a precedent. That and more coming up. Here are the headlines on This Is Exclusive. History made in Ayodhya, the Dhwajarohan, a landmark culminating the Ram Janmabhoomi movement. A 500-year journey culminates in Ayodhya, the Dhwajarohan, the saffron flag, making sure that a new era now begins. Sandesaras cleared of all charges. Supreme Court has allowed them to make a one-time payment that ensures all charges are dropped. Top lawyers ask a question on whether the Supreme Court verdict will now become a precedent. People are looking at Vijay Mallya, who, by the way, has also responded to the story. Nirav Modi, Mehul Choksi are all looking closely at this particular Supreme Court order. We'll tell you why. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2018, agencies probing the Sandesara brothers said that they had taken loans and defrauded banks for over 8,000 crore. That was in 2018. In 2021, the attachments had begun, the investigation had begun, and there were many big names involved in this case called the Sandesara case, including politicians. In 2021, nearly 14,000 crore worth of attachments were done. But now, in 2025, all charges have been dropped against the Sandesara brothers. They've been asked to pay 5,100 crore as a one-time settlement. The Supreme Court order on Sandesara case saying that quashing would be operative on a deposit of 5,100 crore. 5,100 crore full and final payment based on the consensus by the petitioner and the banks involved. And that the amount of 5,100 crore should be deposited before the court. The amount, the court said, will be kept in a short-term interest-bearing fixed deposit account. And on submission on the claims, the court has said that the amount shall be dispersed to lender banks, thereby bringing an end to what has been almost 8 to 9 years of investigation in the Sandesara case. Now, there are questions being asked. Top lawyers are asking the question on whether this will now become a precedent for all the other economic fugitives. Now, these are the numbers given by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has spoken about the total amount of defalcation that stood at 5,383 crore. A one-time settlement was earlier made of 3,826. Foreign guarantors owed about 2,935 crore. Total sum that came up to about 6,761. A voluntary deposit was made after the courts intervened, which was roughly about 3,508 crore. And all the calculations, after all the calculations, investigating agencies have in a sealed cover said that a one-time payment of 5,100 crore will have to be made. Siddharth Luthra, senior advocate, spoke to Republic TV. I'd like to go across to that. Siddharth Luthra was live on Republic, and he was of the opinion that this case could now become a precedent. Even though the Supreme Court in its judgment has said that this cannot be a precedent. This is what the court said. Directions are issued are in peculiar facts of this case. Therefore, it cannot be a precedent is what the court had said. They said that they shall not be treated as precedent. That's what the Supreme Court had said. Here's what Siddharth Luthra, top advocate, said while speaking to Republic TV earlier today.
It is given, acted on an OTS, a one-time settlement offered by the government authorities. The amount is quantified by the government authorities, and the government has come out with this proposal. The court put it to the government whether they had a proposal. The government and no such proposal can be made by the government or the financial institutions without the clearance of the RBI and possibly even the finance ministry. Right. That being the situation, the government is on board with this decision. Now the court is trying to is looking at the matter to see whether it can close all criminal cases, which it proposes to do. Just to give you a historical precedent, initially in the Bhopal gas tragedy case, something similar was done, later recalled. Thereafter, in the 90s, such settlements were being accepted by the court and proceedings squashed by the Supreme Court. Somewhere in about 2009-10, the Supreme Court's view got a little more conservative to say that in cases of public fraud or corruption, these settlements should not be accepted. Right. Having said that, in the last few years, there have been occasions where cases of financial fraud or cases of, let's say, death or injury have also been settled on a compensation by the Supreme Court exercising its constitutional extraordinary powers under Article 142 to close rare cases on a case-by-case basis. What the court normally does, as it appears is proposed in this case, to make the case specific to these peculiar facts and to say that it will not be read as a judgment of the court or be followed or allowed to be used by others. So that is the exception clause that the court has putting it in this place, exercising its extraordinary powers under Article 142. The High Courts can't do it. The trial courts can't do it. This power only vests in the Supreme Court.
Right. So now the fact that let's talk about what kind of influence it might have on the legislative or policy reforms around financial regulation or corporate accountability. So this verdict, of course.
I think it's a standalone case. Is it possible that others will try and use it? Obviously they will. Litigants always want to take benefit of other orders for other individuals, and lawyers will always try and be creative. But I believe that the restriction that the Supreme Court puts it will make it difficult to use in any other similar case. Having said that, I think this is not about financial policy. It's about a decision two litigating parties have taken. Sterling Biotech on the one hand, and the government and its authorities and its functionaries on the other hand. And the court is only fine-tuning it and putting its approval on it.
So any specific reason for being, considering this particular verdict? Because, given the fact that they have been now given that if they might be able to deposit rupees 5,100 crore, then of course all the criminal charges.
So what seems to be the idea is that if banks or financial institutions had to collect their money, it would take them years, if at all they could collect it. Okay. But here is a party which is willing to offer the money, and the banks and financial institutions have quantified the amount which they believe is due to them and are willing to accept it. So in such circumstances, it is the court's way of ironing out the gaps between the two parties and allowing them to settle the matter and consequently close the criminal proceedings.
Shravan is joining me live. Shravan tracked this case very extensively when it broke. I think it was 2017, Shravan, 2017 when it broke. 2018 investigation happened. They put a number to it. If I'm not wrong, roughly about 8,000 crore. They said the loan fraud was valued at 8,000 crore. 2021, cut to 2021, 3 years later, 14,000 crore of assets of Sandesara Group attached by Enforcement Directorate. Of course, the Supreme Court order goes into great detail of how much was paid back and how much was due to be paid, and finally how much they will have to pay. What happens to the case, Shravan, and are there concerns that maybe this will be used by the others?
Well, Niranjan, let me just quickly, in a nutshell, tell our viewers what exactly is this case all about and why is there a change in the number that you've essentially spoken about? What is the alleged amount of a scam? Now, when the case was first registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation, it was in the year 2017. It was based on a complaint that was filed by the Andhra Bank. In fact, it was pegged at about 5,000 crore rupees. Now, as the investigation began, what we are given to understand, the Enforcement Directorate started looking into the transactions that have essentially taken place. And it was thereafter pegged about 10,000 crore rupees, following which multiple attachment took place, and it was outside India too. In fact, oil fields of Sterling Biotech was also seized or attached by the Enforcement Directorate. We are looking at about 306 such properties, movable properties that were basically frozen by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, as far as this case goes, what really happens? In the year 2022, it was the Honorable Supreme Court which had basically instructed the central agencies to stop or keep the investigation in abeyance because there was application that was filed by the promoter, and the promoters had essentially offered that they are willing to pay up the money. At least, the principal sum was something that they wanted to give. Over a period of time, we are given to understand that they had started repaying the banks. There are at least 4 banks that are under consideration, starting with the State Bank of India, Canara Bank, UCO Bank being some of them. Now, what sort of an impact does it really have? It has an impact as far as economic fugitive offenders are concerned, particularly in the case of Vijay Mallya, or for that matter Nirav Modi as well as Mehul Choksi, because you've had Vijay Mallya essentially offering the banks a one-time settlement, or what is known as the OTS. That is exactly what has happened in this particular case. But it's important to highlight this kind of a clean chit, if I may say so, washes away this civil liability that the accused has. And what essentially happens thereafter is that the criminal liability is also taken away, which means that the investigative agencies do not have any further power to investigate this entire case. And the criminal conspiracy is also washed away. And the fact of the matter is that you have those who have been accused of serious crimes are basically let off by simply saying that a principal amount that they are willing to pay, they give it. And the fact of the matter is that in the course of this entire investigation, a large part of it which remains unseen, that is whether at all, some amount of money has been hidden somewhere, or they've basically used properties in some other places which still haven't been discovered or unearthed by the investigative agencies, that no longer will see the light of the day. And that is the reason why, Niranjan, this particular order that has been passed by the Supreme Court, while you've had legal luminaries saying that, look here, it is, both the parties came up with this solution. Yeah. You have had the government coming up with the solution along with the concerned party here. And that is the reason why in some cases it works out, and it is not going to be a precedent, is what some legal luminaries have to basically point out. But there is absolutely no doubt, and when I've spoken to multiple people within the central agencies, they've all indicated the fact that it takes away the power of investigation to begin with, and perhaps this is a route opening for those who have a similar case slapped against them.
Shava, and I'll end by saying just one point. This is what Vijay Mallya has been saying, that he's willing to pay back. Now, obviously the court has said this is not going to be a precedent. The Supreme Court has spoken about how the facts are different in this particular case. We don't know. But even top lawyers are saying, can it be a precedent? Interesting development. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Shavan has investigated every aspect of that case, and one fine day, there is a settlement in court. Ladies and gentlemen, interesting story. We get a feeling it's going to develop in the next few days and weeks. Let's go on and get you the big headline. The big headline of the day, as Ayodhya witnessed a historic celebration today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was there. He hoisted a saffron flag atop the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya, marking its formal completion. Now, this milestone comes 22 months after he presided over the consecration of the Ram Lalla idol. The flag, measuring 10 by 20 feet, features sun, Om symbol, and the Kovidara tree, symbolizing Lord Ram's brilliance and valor. Now, it's a historic moment. Essentially, what it means is that the 500-year Ram Janmabhoomi movement has now come a full circle. It's come to an end. And joining us on this special occasion, I have Amish Tripathi, author. Thank you, Amish, for joining us. Amish, everyone's eyes were on what was happening in Ayodhya. If you can tell our viewers, simplify it, what does today's Dhwajarohan symbolize at Ayodhya and for the Hindus of India?
I think at various levels. One is, of course, at the religious level. When the Dhwajarohan is done, it signifies that the temple, the entire temple complex, indeed, is complete. And this is, in a way, the end of a 500-year journey. When Babur, the Uzbek foreign invader, who destroyed our Ram Lalla's birthplace's temple, the Ram Janmabhoomi temple, and since then, indigenous Hindus and indeed actually others as well, Sikhs, Buddhists, were also involved in this struggled for centuries, and the temple has been rebuilt. This has rarely happened around the world. Many of the ancient idol worshipping, goddess worshipping, nature worshipping cultures were attacked. Their temples were destroyed, very much like what happened out here. The Greco-Roman culture, Pharaonic Egyptians, but it's rare that an ancient culture which has lost its worship place has managed to revive it. That is the religious significance of this. But there's a civilizational, significance as well. As India rises, I think Ayodhya will be symbolic and almost like a totem pole for us to help us revive our understanding of Ram Rajya. And in that sense, the marks, the symbols on the flag itself are in some ways, I think, almost seminal for us. Because, of course, the Om symbol everyone knows, the sun symbol everyone knows, Lord Ram's dynasty, the Ikshvaku dynasty, they were Suryavanshis, the solar dynasty, sun dynasty. But the third symbol, the Kovidar Vriksh that's there, that is a symbol of the Ayodhya, the ancient Ayodhya kingdom. This has been mentioned in the Valmiki Ramayana. I've read many of these versions, of course, as I'm sure you're aware. Valmiki ji is credited with 3 Ramayans, the Valmiki Ramayana, Ananda Ramayana, and the Adbodh Ramayana, and there are various other Ramayans as well. In the Valmiki Ramayana, the tree is described as a bark. If I remember correctly, when Lord Bharat was riding on his chariot into the jungle, this symbol was forgotten in the later versions of the Ramayana. It's still a mystery why that happened. Was the symbol forgotten for some reason? I don't know, right? Primary sources scholars need to analyze and research that. But what we have done with this is we've revived that symbol. And that to me shows the strength of the continuity that the Indian civilization has. We're the only pre-Bronze Age culture that is still alive, the only one. Every other pre-Bronze Age culture is dead. They are museum pieces. This flag is symbolic of that. We Indians, Mother India will never die. We Indians will not let her die.
Yes. Well, absolutely. And today I don't want to drag you into the politics of it, but because we have limited time, I'll ask you a question anyway. Why do you think there are some people making politically irrelevant comments? There is a political section questioning this moment. Do you feel somewhere some sections are sensing a threat with what has happened in Ayodhya?
This is a deeper question, needs a more nuanced, long answer, but let me attempt it in as short a way as I can. We've suffered really brutal invasions for 1,000 years. Will Durant had said the Turkic invasion, what we call the Delhi Sultans and the Timurid Mughals were Turks. The Turkic invasions were probably the bloodiest in human history. And immediately post that, the Europeans came in and tens of millions died in man-made famines during British rule. It was 1,000 years of really severe tests, right? A civilization which suffers such huge challenges, such huge tragedies, tends to become defensive. It's natural, right? And many other civilizations, I would remind you, didn't survive. These same invaders who came here went to various other parts of the world. Zoroastrian Persia, for example, is dead. Greco-Roman, Pharaonic Egyptians, Aztecs, Incas, great cultures, they're all dead. We are still here. So we are bearing the scars of that 1,000 years of invasion. It has made us a little defensive, which is understandable. This reflected in some ways as well, like, I don't know if you're aware of that Kala Pani tradition that was there. It was very strong till a generation or two ago, that you couldn't go abroad, you couldn't cross the seas, otherwise Jaat Bahishkar ho jata tha. That has, and that was actually not a part of our ancient traditions. Indians were seafaring people. We traded with the rest of the world, but this was a defensive reaction. This has come down. This thing that, Hindus do not convert. You have to be born a Hindu. I would argue against that. If that was true, then how did Southeast Asia become Hindu 1,000 years ago? If we did not convert other people, and even if we forgot it in the last 1,000 years, we should be confident and vigorous once again. And there's nothing wrong with going out and preaching our traditions. And we will, of course, not force it on anyone else. And we will adapt it to the to the rituals, to the dietary habits, to the habits of others as well, because we are an inclusive society, so we must be much more confident. I suspect that many of the statements that you're seeing is a result of that defensive mindset, which is understandable after 1,000 years of invasions. I would argue that we need to go back to the kind of India we were pre 1,000 common era, when we were confident, outgoing, vigorous, influenced so much of the world. We must revive that, that spirit once again, and hopefully this Ram Janmabhoomi temple, the symbol of it, will drive that revival.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us today, Amish, on this special day. That's it on this edition of This is Exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. That's all the time we had, but thank you for joining us on the show. Arnab is debating it at 8 p.m. Hindu pride, and why some are rattled about it. Let's talk about it. 8 p.m.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो.
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता. टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस. विद यू लाइक फैमिली. विद यू ऑलवेज.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का. उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं.
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Start with breaking news coming in from Palghar in Maharashtra, where a gas leak has been reported, viewers. That's the big breaking that we're tracking for you right now. A chlorine gas leak has been reported that had caused widespread panic in the Diwan Man area of Vasai West in Palghar district. 10 to 12 people have been affected so far, what we know, and they've been admitted to hospital for treatment. And the chlorine leak, viewers, is of course very, very dangerous, and it has led to breathing problems, nausea and eye irritation as well. And upon receiving information about the incident, firefighters wearing oxygen masks have been carried the damaged chlorine cylinder to a drain away from the scene and diffused it. Meenakshi joins us on the phone line. Meenakshi, tell us more details about this chlorine gas leak, please. Meenakshi, can you hear me? Okay, we'll just connect and right away she can start speaking once she's connected. But right now I'm just telling our viewers that a gas leak has been reported from Maharashtra. And there you have the visuals that they go to a drain, how the firefighters take that cylinder and diffuse it so that there's no further leakage. Damaged chlorine cylinder taken to a drain away from the scene and diffused it. This is the visual we have. But what we know is that many people are hospitalized and at least 3 of them are in critical condition. At least 3 of them are in critical condition, and 10 so far have been hospitalized. 12 people, in fact, have been hospitalized so far. We'll just update that figure. Chlorine gas leaked in Palghar. Meenakshi joins us live on the broadcast. Meenakshi, what more details can you share with us? Meenakshi, whenever she starts speaking, we can just cut straight across. Till the time I'm just telling our viewers, 3 people are critical, 10 to 12 people have been hospitalized, 3 are in critical condition. And that's the breaking news we have right now. Big update coming in from Maharashtra. It's very, very dangerous. Nausea, breathing problems, eye irritation, all have been now reported, of course. And this is the big update we're getting in from Maharashtra. What really caused this chlorine gas leak? We do not know yet. Chlorine gas, the cylinder that was damaged reportedly, we do not know how was it damaged. And we can, of course, continue to get our reporters. Once she starts speaking, she can be put on air. I'll just share the information. Palghar gas leak. Meenakshi, please tell us more details.
Yes. We got to know that a major scare unfolded in the Dhwajarohan area of Vasai West after a chlorine gas leak was reported that area, and we are getting information that around 10 to 12 residents were affected by the toxic this gas and were immediately rushed to nearby hospitals for treatment, and those exposed to the gas complained of severe breathing difficulties and nausea and burning sensation in their eyes, typical symptoms of chlorine inhalation. And upon receiving information, fire brigade teams reached the spot without delay. And now we are getting information from Palghar that situation is under control because their fire brigade team wearing oxygen masks for protection, and firefighters safely removed the damaged chlorine cylinder and transported it to a nearby drain area where it was neutralized, preventing further danger. And authorities are now investigating the cause of the leak. More details are awaited now, but situation is under control, and 10 to 12 residents were affected and they are hospitalized. Rakshita.
Right, Meenakshi, in fact, just, in September, in August, in fact, there was a gas leak at a pharmaceutical company also in Palghar, Meenakshi. And this, of course, now comes as a concern. It's the second incident in as many months that we see that such an incident has been reported. Any investigation so far? Have you spoken to the authorities and the law and order and the firefighting, the teams? Anything they suspect could have been behind, or what caused the cylinder to be damaged?
No, they are not saying anything on East. Actually, they are saying all everything is now under investigation. But what you have mentioned that similar gas leak at Palghar pharma units, we have seen the incident in August 21st, where 4 company officials booked for this incident, and 4 deaths reported at that incident that time. So after 2-3 months, another gas leak incident happened in Palghar, and it's really alarming.
Right.
We asked the same question to officials, but they are saying everything is under investigation now.
All right. Thank you so much, Meenakshi, for joining us. Republic TV getting you the details first on your channel. Chlorine gas leak in Palghar, as 3 people are in critical condition and 12 hospitalized so far. All right, we start with the latest edition of What's Trending Tonight. Viewers, Indian cricketer Smriti Mandhana, just part of the World Cup cricket team, World Cup winning team, she was all set to get married to Palash Muchal, her fiancé, on the 23rd of November, until things went awry. Now, the internet notoriously have been commenting since last month that Smriti's life is on a roll, win after win. The proposal on the ground at the DY Patil Stadium also had gone viral. Now, chaos has found its way into the star cricketer's life, with a much talked about and anticipating wedding now indefinitely postponed. Now, what has happened, viewers, is that festivities for the Mandana Muchal wedding had just kick-started in full swing. Pictures going viral from the haldi ceremony, teammates coming in, proposal from the stadium making the rounds on internet, and not too long ago, remember. But the wedding, originally scheduled for the 23rd of November, stopped abruptly when her father, reportedly, her father Srinivas, was hospitalized. Now, Mandana refused to proceed with the wedding, we're told, with her father being unwell, and Muchal too later fell ill from stress. That's what his mother says, speaking to the media, that he has been crying for hours for what had happened to Mandana's father, and now he's also in hospital for medical evaluation. Now, what has happened today, that Palak Muchal, the famous singer, and she happens to be the sister of Palash Muchal, has broken silence. She has shared this on her screen. This is the post. Due to Smriti's dad's health, Smriti and Palash's wedding has been put on hold. Would request all of you to please respect the privacy of the families in this sensitive time. And that is the first reaction from the Muchal family that has come in. But not just that, today she was spotted. Pictures came out of Palak Muchal. She was outside one of the hospitals in Mumbai, where this is the photograph, this is the video from social media that we picked up. She was visiting her brother, who is admitted in a hospital in Mumbai. And not just that, this visit was followed by her mother, his mother. In fact, the mother also visited Palash Muchal. Now, the rumor mills are rife with reports that there is a cheating angle to it. Smriti has removed every wedding-related post from her social media accounts. Okay, that's the quote. That's what Amita Muchal, Palash Muchal's mother has said, that Palash has been very attached to Smriti Mandana's father, and they are very much close together. So he got so affected by his illness, and they suspended the wedding festivities because of what happened to his her father. And since haldi was done, he did not let him go outside, and he has been crying, and he has been depressed, and he just fell sick. That he was for 4 hours he was in hospital. That he also was given IV drip, and he has undergone ECG tests as well. So we will be continuing with that story, and we shift our focus to the other story that we're tracking for you. It's the volcanic ash. The eruption in Ethiopia after 12,000 years has pushed an ash plume nearly 15 kilometers into the atmosphere, high enough to enter the stratosphere. And across the Arabian Sea. Now, this has triggered major flight disruptions, SIGMET alerts, and multiple cancellations by Air India and other carriers. So it's been suspected that the event might also affect or worsen the AQI Delhi NCR, which is already in a dire state. Some flights will be diverted. And and red and orange danger zones. Now, what are the... Okay, we just go through the effects and... Okay, so the volcanic eruption in Ethiopia has had a very limited but noticeable impact on a few Indian states, viewers. This is the map which shows the affected areas from north to the western states. Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Gujarat and northwest Maharashtra. In fact, it entered from the Gujarat side. So that was the impact. That has been the impact, but what we understand is that it has left. It is leaving India. It is moving ahead, and probably what we understand is that there has been not much of a spike in the AQI levels, because Delhi, already suffering due to the toxic air, was dreading this ash, this volcanic ash. That, of course, was a big cause of concern. Okay, officials emphasize that operations remain largely smooth and the conditions are expected to normalize as the ash particles have begun to dissipate. All right, shifting focus, viewers, to the other big story, one of the biggest stories. It's a momentous day for India, one that is forever etched onto our history. The first glance of the Dharma Dhwaj hoisted atop the Ram temple in Ayodhya by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He had appeared moments before the ceremony that Indians have passionately awaited for centuries. Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Temple witnessed a landmark moment today as the Dharma Dhwaj was ceremonially unfurled with 161-foot main spire, marking the formal completion of temple's multi-year construction project. The hoisting of the saffron Dharma Dhwaja, a flag carrying deep historical, cultural and spiritual resonance, was executed following elaborate Vedic procedures and weeks of preparations by temple authorities and security agencies also. Now, the ceremony took place on the auspicious Panchami of the Shukla Paksha in month of Margashirsha, coinciding with the Abhijit Muhurat of Sri Ram and Mata Sita's Vivah Panchami, the union, the divine union signified. And the date also marks the martyrdom of Guru Tegh Bahadur, who meditated in Ayodhya for 48 hours in the 17th century. And that, of course, is the significance of this day. Now, let's take a listen in quickly to what the Prime Minister had said after the hoisting of the Dhwaja.
Ram yani आदर्श, Ram यानी मर्यादा, राम यानी जीवन का सर्वोच्च चरित्र, राम यानी सत्य और पराक्रम का संगम, दिव्य गुणे शक्र समो रामः सत्य पराक्रमः, राम यानी धर्म पथ पर चलने वाला व्यक्तित्व, रामः सत्पुरुषो लोके सत्यः सत्यपरायणः, राम यानी जनता के सुख को सर्वोपरि रखना, प्रजा सुखत्वे चंद्रस्य, राम यानी धर्म और क्षमा का दरिया, वसुधाया क्षमा गुणे है, राम यानी ज्ञान और विवेक की पराकाष्ठा.
All right, so this, viewers, is the Dhwaja. We will just dissect it for you, and then we will have the man behind this Dhwaja, this sacred Dhwaja. Now, this is the Kovidar tree. This is the symbol of the Kovidar tree. The Prime Minister hoisted this right-angled Dhwaja, and that is of saffron color. A triangular saffron flag, 10 feet in height, 20 feet long, bearing the image of a radiant sun, symbolizing Lord Ram's valor and, of course, the lineage of a Suryavanshi, Kovidar tree and Om. Now, it's atop a shikhar built in the traditional Nagar architectural style. This Dhwaja, unfurled today, viewers, is rich in iconography and meaning. Saffron flag, long associated with sacrifice, renunciation and pursuit of high ideals. I'll now request our special guest, Mr. Lalit Mishra, to please come and explain, sir. A very warm welcome, sir, on Trending tonight. And, sir, you've discovered this you know the science behind this, because in our Sanatan Dharma, everything has a very deep meaning, sir. So please go ahead and explain, sir.
So what you see here is the emblem of Kovidar tree. So Kovidar tree is not an ordinary tree. It's a very special tree. It is produced by Kashyap Rishi. So what he did, he added the essence of Mandar, one tree, to another tree that is called Parijat.
Right.
So it is a kind of a hybrid plant, and our history, because it is established now, makes it the world's earliest experimentation of the hybridization. The world's first and foremost hybrid plant, which is this Kovidara.
Right.
So that is its historical significance. And now when Kashyap Rishi made this plant, he gave no name. So the situation of no name, the plant has no name, has become its name. Kovidar means, in Sanskrit, it is Kah api ad daru. Ko api ayam daru. So its short form has become the Kovidar. So its name is given by the people of the India, not by the dynasty, not by the Rishi himself. So it's a public name given to the tree. Okay. And it has got huge medical features. It helps us thyroid, treating thyroid, treating the inside the bones which we have within the body. And because this was a scientifically produced plant, Ayodhya, it is the progressiveness of the Ayodhya rulers that they welcome this tree on their flag.
Right.
So,
okay. And then you have the Om, the divine sound, sir.
Yes, exactly. So, exactly, the Om is, the primordial sound of the Sanatan Dharma, the sound which never broken. So, it's it also reflects the theory of Advaita. Because it is believed that since when this cosmos, this Brahmanda has come into existence, the Om sound is still continuously going on and on.
Right.
So these two symbols, and because Bhagwan Sri Ram belonged to the Sun dynasty, so that's why we made this Sun symbol as well. Suryavanshi, because he was the Suryavanshi. So Kovidar, the Rishi's tradition, and we identified this tree, particularly the Kovidar tree, based on the based on the characteristics given by its founder. Kashyap Rishi.
Right.
He said these flowers of this tree would have beautiful mixture of the violet and the rose.
Okay.
The rosy color and the violet color, both the mix. It looks very beautiful when you see in sector 132 Noida. This plant is, naturally came up, and somebody can go and see. So we got half a dozen these plants planted during the Pran Pratishtha Samaro last year. And now this particular flag, after a long period, because the tradition, this plant was lost, the flag's memory was lost. After the Tretas, directly in Kali Yuga, in 21st century, the plant and the flag goes back to the Ayodhya. So it is kind of bringing the live memory, live heritage of our culture, our Sanatan Dharma, from Treta to 2025.
Absolutely,
so that
sir.
is the significance.
And just one final time, because many are questioning that why is this being done now? So if you could just explain that what does it really signify, the Dhwajarohan, why is it so special and such a grand ceremony, sir?
See, Dhwaja denotes the pinnacle. So Mandir has come up. So Sikhar is the topmost point of any temple, which our tradition, our culture describes, and how a flag is manufactured is given in certain scriptures, Vishuddharmottara Puran, Matsya Puran, and other scriptures. So fine. So the Dhwaja could be made, but what answer to your question lies in the history. See, I found this in a Mewad's Ramayana. So what happened, Akbar also made a Ramayana, stories, and got depicted. So what happened, even Bhagwan Ram was looking in Akbar's Ramayana as Persian Rama. Our rishis were looking like Sufis. So Islamization of the Ramayana's tradition was, understood by Mewad's rulers. And then Rana Jagat Singh, he came up to restore our culture and keep it protected from the influence of Mughals. So they initiated a cultural struggle, cultural war against the Mughals' influence. And in their manuscripts, while I was working, I spotted this. And there is also world level of world level importance of this particular flag and the tree. In the history of the world flags, India is given lower place. China, Greeks and Roman empires are given the higher place. Now with this Treta and that antiquity, it will place India at the on the first position, the historically first position on the top of the world.
Yes.
So this is one. So this is the one world's earliest experiment of the hybridization.
Yes,
was earlier, that is assigned, and we requested the government to get this genetic study done. We have given the proposal. We are ready. As the government asks, we will be starting the genetic studies. And world's earliest flag, world's earliest hybrid plant. So not only these, it gives a completion to the mandir, but it also gives our India in a world map, the top positions.
Absolutely. This is actually unfortunate, sir, that we did not know about that. It was one of the first hybridization, experiments that we talk about. We do not actually believe that, that is why the Prime Minister today actually told about the Macaulay mindset.
One more thing, the Kashyap. So there is, I think it's a blessings of the Bhagwan Ram. He wanted, because it was unintentional.
Yes.
The discovery happened unintentional. So all of a sudden, I just spotted it, and I myself come in the lineage of the Kashyap. So the tree which was lost, which was made by the Kashyap, is reinvented by a person who belongs to the same lineage.
Wow. That's wonderful, sir. But thank you so much for enlightening us with, understanding. Thank you so much for discovering and also explaining this flag to the nation, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So viewers, that is, of course, about the Dharma Dhwaja, the carefully engineered structure meant to endure the elements for years. It's a parachute-grade, weather-resistant fabric that is designed to withstand high winds, rain, intense sunlight. So it's going to be there for years and years, and within some periods it will be changed also, viewers. With that, we shift our focus to the other stories. In fact, we will be telling you what the Prime Minister had said during the Dhwajarohan.
Ram yani adarsh, Ram yani maryada. राम यानी जीवन का सर्वोच्च चरित्र, राम यानी सत्य और पराक्रम का संगम, दिव्य गुणे शक्र समो रामः, सत्य पराक्रमः। राम यानी धर्म पथ पर चलने वाला व्यक्तित्व, रामः सत्पुरुषो लोके सत्यः सत्यपरायणः।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड भी, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
Hi, I'm
Saurabh Mukherjee of Marcellus Investment Managers. I'm the Chief Investment Officer at the firm, and I'm really looking forward to Republic Businesses India Economic Summit on 28th November. I hope to see you there.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला. सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो.
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता. टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस. विद यू लाइक फैमिली. विद यू ऑलवेज.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम. रहो बेफिक्र.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference.
Muslim radicalization is one of the most dangerous things happening in India and around the world. And if you're from the privileged sect who believe that this is too far away from you not to impact you, trust me, it will enter your home too. How many times have we been told by politicians that Muslims in India are being oppressed? Where are the defenders of minority rights? Where are the leaders who scream intolerance in India every night? Will they speak? What are Muslim leaders doing is the question I would like to ask. Did we hear senior Muslim leaders hit the roads to protect children from Islamist radicalization? No. The same attempt, Rahul Gandhi and Madni. Two faces representing the same desperation. The attempt to provoke Muslims, to tell Muslims they don't belong in India. If the lobby is backing radicals, it's time for the nationalists to also speak.
India's growth, if it has to get into a 5 trillion and subsequently a $10 trillion economy by 2047, has to be driven by the private sector. And the government role has to be just that of a facilitator and catalyst. And we have a very vibrant, dynamic private sector. We should just unleash the energy of the private sector by good policy decisions. That's important.
Politicians obstructing SIR to protect infiltrators. SIR checks spark fight over infiltrators. Debate sharpens over non-citizens on rolls. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Why are only employees being held? Is there something else more than meets the eye? Why are these questions not being asked by the
Are we
Americans?
now going to pretend it never happened?
Chinese AI is nationalist for China. Indian AI has to be nationalist for India.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight was the growing significance of the statement made by the Prime Minister at the Dhwajarohan ceremony on the completion of the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi temple in Ayodhya. At 9 o'clock tonight, Mamata Banerjee threatens to break the country and destroy the country if SIR is implemented. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a time, not very long back, when the Congress party was in power. And the Congress party has been historically an anti-Hindu and pro-Muslim party. It has been a pseudo-secular party. It is a party, after all, whose founders were foreigners, ladies and gentlemen. And therefore, when the Congress party was in power, you were expected to underplay anything that represented Hinduism. You were supposed to attend all the iftar parties in the world to show how progressive you are. And you were supposed to underplay anything to do with Hinduism. And that is why, from that time to now, today the Prime Minister hoisted an 11 kilogram, 22 feet long, 11 feet wide, saffron flag, Bhagwa Dhwaj, at the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. What a beautiful ceremony. And a great significance of this event also is, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that it marks the completion of the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi temple's main spire and outer wall. A 42-foot Dharma Dhwaj, engineered to rotate with the wind as per ancient temple design, is hoisted in the most sacred Abhijit Muhurat. The Dhwaj was hoisted on a very sacred day as well. And this was such an important thing. The growing sense of Hindu pride in the country. We look at these images and we are grateful for this time that we are living in. But the Congress party was very angry. Let me show you what the Congress has said. The Congress said this country has no religion. The Congress party, which is in denial, whose leader is more often in Colombia and Bangkok than in India. Rashid Alvi, not Ajay Rai there. Rashid Alvi of the Congress party said, will Narendra Modi hoist a flag on a mosque, a gurdwara or a church? He wants to hoist a saffron flag on the Ram Mandir for political benefit. He should learn true secularism from who else, according to them, but Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. ladies and gentlemen, the Congress party should explain to us why was Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, when he was Prime Minister, offering the chadar in Ajmer Sharif Dargah every year? Was that a religious comment? Did Nehru visit the Kumbh Mela also in 1954, though his great-grandson doesn't? Did that make Nehru a one-time secular? Or did that make him non-secular because he went to the Kumbh Mela? Months after Sanjay Gandhi's death, ladies and gentlemen, Indira Gandhi visited the Chamunda Devi temple in Himachal Pradesh in December 1980. When she visited the temple, was she communal? Ladies and gentlemen, they are questioning why Prime Minister Narendra Modi did the Dhwajarohan in Ayodhya today. The Prime Minister is also the same person, ladies and gentlemen, who has stood by every single moment of Hindu pride. Does the Congress party want the Prime Minister of the country to be an atheist? Which part of the Constitution of India says that if you are the Prime Minister of India, where there are more than 80 to 85% Hindu population, you have to be an atheist? Would the Congress party speak in the same language if, and it's not, if 80% plus of the population of India were to be Muslim? Ladies and gentlemen, I completely understand now where the Congress party is coming from, because it is a declared intention of the Congress party. They say, as Revant Reddy of the Congress said, Muslims equals Congress and Congress equals Muslims. They are absolutely clear about it. Absolutely clear about it. Now they question why the Prime Minister was in Ayodhya for the Dhwajarohan. Did they account for the case when the Prime Minister also paid his respects to non-Hindu religions? Did they talk about the time when the Prime Minister visited the Imam Al-Hakim Binar Allah Mosque in Egypt? Did they account for the time, ladies and gentlemen, when the Prime Minister continued the tradition of sending a ceremonial chadar to the Ajmer Sharif Dargah? In fact, at the Dhwajarohan event today, the Prime Minister said something significant. He said, Ram is not just a person, he is a value. If you want to make India develop by 2047, we will have to awaken the Ram within ourselves. What day can be better than today for this resolution? The Prime Minister, therefore, is speaking of Ram Rajya. The Congress says this is marketing for Hindus. The Congress says if you talk of Lord Ram, if you talk of the Ram Mandir, if you talk of Dhwajarohan, you become communal, and they say this is marketing. Was the Congress party doing marketing when it said the following? When it said that Congress equals Muslim and Muslim is equal Congress? Was that marketing? When the Congress party said that there must be Muslim reservations, was it marketing? These questions will have to be asked of the Congress party. They are, and everybody knows they are a pro-Muslim party. They have chosen to be a pro-Muslim party, but they cannot be anti-Hindu in a country where more than 80-85% of the population is Hindu. Ladies and gentlemen, talking of Ram Rajya, the word Satyagraha has been mentioned 110 times, roughly, in the 557 odd pages of my experiments with truth. Meaning, Mahatma Gandhi talks about Satyagraha once in every 5 pages or 1,000 words. Ladies and gentlemen, over 6 lakh times in his 31 years in active politics, ladies and gentlemen, and maybe more, even by conservative estimates. So Mahatma Gandhi kept talking about Satyagraha, Satyagraha. Is that not a Hindu concept? Mahatma Gandhi kept talking about Ram Rajya, Ram Rajya. Is that not Hindu? Was Mahatma Gandhi not secular as per the present definition of the pro-Maoist Congress party, of the Vadra family? Was Mahatma Gandhi also marketing Hinduism when he spoke of Satyagraha, when he spoke of Ram Rajya? Ladies and gentlemen, I'll summarize this with 3 simple points. There is nothing in the law which says the Prime Minister should dissociate himself from his own religion. There is nothing in the Constitution or the law which says the Prime Minister must not have his individual religious beliefs. And there is nothing, ladies and gentlemen, nothing in the law, nothing in convention nothing in reality which says Hinduism must be divorced from the social fabric of this country. It can never be. Let's debate.
November 2025, a date etched in eternity.
ओरछा के राजा राम से लेकर रामेश्वरम के भक्त राम तक और शबरी के प्रभु राम से लेकर मिथिला के पाहुन राम जी तक भारत के हर घर में, हर भारतीय के मन में और भारतवर्ष के हर कण कण में राम है। जय सिया राम, जय सिया राम, जय सिया राम।
In Ayodhya, the cradle of Ram Rajya, Prime Minister Narendra Modi hoisted the 161-foot Dharma Dhwaj of the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi temple. Crafted in Ahmedabad's parachute mills, this flag defies storms up to 60 kilometers per hour, a symbol as unbreakable as India's spirit. This was not a mere ceremony. It was a second Pran Pratishtha after January 2024's idol consecration. All 44 doors flung open. Aarti echoed on Vivah Panchami, celebrating Lord Ram and Goddess Sita's union. But Ayodhya's roar echoed a fiercer call today. Prime Minister's national appeal to demolish the colonial mindset.
अब हमने नौसेना के ध्वज से गुलामी के हर प्रतीक को हटाया है। हमने छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की विरासत को स्थापित किया है। और ये सिर्फ एक डिजाइन में बदलाव नहीं हुआ, ये मानसिकता बदलने का क्षण था। ये वो घोषणा थी कि भारत अब अपनी शक्ति अपने प्रतीकों से परिभाषित करेगा, न कि किसी और की विरासत से।
The Dhwaja is up and the colonial flag down. Macaulay's colonial curse sought to be buried forever.
मैकाले नाम के एक अंग्रेज ने भारत को अपनी जड़ों से उखाड़ने के बीज बोए थे। मैकाले ने भारत में मानसिक गुलामी की नींव रखी थी। भारत को गुलामी की मानसिकता से मुक्त करके रहेंगे।
But the opposition already seems nervous and jittery about the rising Hindu pride.
हो सकता है कि उनको विचारों को इसलिए ना बुलाया गया हो कि वो दलित हैं, वरना प्रधानमंत्री के कार्यक्रम में सबसे पहला नहीं होता तो वहाँ के लोकल सांसद को जाना चाहिए था। हो सकता है कि ये सोच रही हो।
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री कोई अवसर नहीं छोड़ते हैं पब्लिसिटी का, और ये तो एक अच्छा मौका था, जबकि ये काम किसी धर्म गुरु को देना चाहिए था। कोई धर्म से प्रभावित होकर या श्रद्धा से उन्होंने ये काम किया ऐसा नहीं है, वो सिर्फ इसका राजनीतिक लाभ उठाने के लिए ऐसा काम किया है।
Some in the Congress even calling the historic day in Ayodhya a political show.
भगवान राम की आराधना पूजा सब लोग करते हैं, सब लोग उनके उपासक हैं, और जो इस तरीके की जो मार्केटिंग हो रही है, निमंत्रण दिया जा रहा है, तो मैं समझता हूं कि ये केवल और केवल मार्केटिंग करके अपनी वाहवाही लूटना है।
Ayodhya's Dhwaja flutters as a beacon of Ram Rajya Mahatma Gandhi cherished. But opposition fails to get the message. Will the Congress heed to the Prime Minister and come out of the colonial mindset is the question.
I have Dushyant Sridhar, Prafulla Ketkar, Sadhvi Jaya Bharti on one side. I don't need to elaborate on which side they are from. They are supporting the pro-Hindu side. They are pro-Hindu. And I'm so happy and proud that in India we can say somebody is pro-Hindu. Because if you were told, you know, in Congress time that you're pro-Hindu, you would be put in jail. Now, we have on the other side Tariq Ahmed Lari of the Samajwadi Party, Harish Mohammad Ibrahim, political analyst, and Congress Party's Ratnakar Tripathi. Ratnakar ji, वैसे जो कांग्रेस पार्टी के मुस्लिम नेता है, प्रो मुस्लिम कांग्रेस पार्टी के मुस्लिम नेता तारिक अनवर, उनको क्या पता है कि हिंदू धर्म क्या होता है, जो ज्ञान दे रहे हैं वहाँ पे कि हिंदू धर्म के मुताबिक ये होना चाहिए, हिंदू धर्म के मुताबिक वो होना चाहिए। वो मुस्लिम नेता है, वो खुद मुस्लिम है और वो एक प्रो मुस्लिम पार्टी के नेता हैं, तो वो धर्म, हिंदू धर्म के बारे में लेक्चर क्यों दे रहे हैं कि क्या करना चाहिए था, क्या नहीं करना चाहिए था। और एक बड़े हिंदू कार्यक्रम में, in a very major Hindu religious ceremony, why should a Muslim leader make offensive comments about the Hindu religion? If a Hindu were to make offensive comments about a Muslim religious ceremony, then people would say, sar tan se juda.
आप बोलने देंगे कि फिर आप?
Yeah, they would say sar tan se juda. Now you are using these words, saying this is marketing, this is terrible, this is publicity.
देखिए मेरे पास खुद भी समय बहुत कम है, आप बोलने देंगे क्या?
हाँ बोलिए ना, आपको रोक नहीं रहा हूँ, you don't have to be on back foot.
तो आप ही रोकते हैं ना, उनको उतना ज्ञान तो जरूर है सनातन धर्म के बारे में जितना अमित शाह जी मोदी जी को इस्लाम के बारे में था जब वो इस्लाम की सारी नीतियों पे बात कर रहे थे। भारत में रहते हैं, जिससे पहले हिंदुस्तान
किस नीति? ट्रिपल तलाक की बात कर रहे हैं?
कई बात की बात कर रहा हूं।
ट्रिपल तलाक, पॉलीगैमी, 4 बीवियां होना, 4 मैरिंग 4 वुमेन।
फिर बीच में बोले आप सर।
नहीं, किस पार्ट? निकाह हलाला कि 12 साल की बच्ची के साथ निकाह हलाला के नाम पर बलात्कार करना, उसके बारे में बोल रहे हैं। आप बताइए ना कौन सी नीति के बारे में बोल रहे हैं?
ना आप तो मैंने बीच में टोका। Have the decency sir, बीच में मत टोकिए।
Don't be on back foot sir.
No, I am not on the back foot.
Everyone on the
हाँ, तो मैं बता रहा था उतना ज्ञान उनको है। और जहां तक रही बात इनकी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की, तो बस मैं एक शब्द में कहूंगा, मन ना रंगाए रंगाए जोगी कपड़ा। अरे मैं तो उस शहर में पैदा हुआ हूँ, पला हूँ, बड़ा हूँ और रहता हूँ जहाँ धर्म ध्वजा तो हर जगह रहती है। जो मंदिर है उस पर धर्म ध्वजा होगी।
रहते हुए भी कुछ सीख नहीं पाया।
फिर आप बीच में बोले?
नहीं, मैं बीच में नहीं बोल रहा, एंड में बोल रहा हूँ।
मंदिर की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो गई, लोग दर्शन करने लगे, वहां ध्वजा थी नहीं मंदिर की। मुझे ज्यादा शौक तो इस बात का है जो आप बोल रहे हैं। और फिर आपने कहा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बात की राम मंदिर वैल्यूज की, तो वैल्यूज तो लिखा है चारिमानस जी में, दैहिक दैविक भौतिक तापा राम राज काहू नहीं व्यापा। और यहाँ दैहिक दैविक भौतिक तो ताप हो रहा है पूरी भारत की जनता को। और आपको मैं एक बात और बता दूं, जो कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट, चेंज द कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट का आप करते हैं ना, एक चीज चेंज करवा दीजिए डॉक्टर गोस्वामी। आपके चैनल पे मैं 10 बार बोल चुका हूं, फिर बोल रहा हूं। प्रधानमंत्री जिस प्लेन से पूरे विश्व की यात्रा करते हैं ना, उस पे वीटी लिखा रहता है। 1986 में जब पाइपर प्लेन में चलाता था ना, तो उस पे लिखा रहता था VTCNK2, दैट इज वाइस रॉयस टेरिटरी। He still goes in the plane which has the symbol of viceroy territory. उनसे कहिए वो चेंज कराते हैं। उसको जब चेंज करा लेंगे तो मैं मानूंगा।
Siddharth Yadav is on the debate. Ladies and gentlemen, it's opening up right now. Well, Congress Party has called the Dhwajarohan ceremony as a marketing gimmick. I don't know. Does the Congress Party want a green flag and not a saffron flag? उनको हरा झंडा चाहिए। हाँ, उनको बेसिकली भगवा से नफरत है। इतना बड़ा भगवा झंडा वहां पे खड़ा हो गया एज अ साइन ऑफ हिंदू सिविलाइजेशनल प्राइड, जिसको आप लोगों ने नीचे दिखाने की कोशिश की। द हिंदू प्राइड इज माय हैशटैग। आज का हैशटैग हमारे प्रोग्राम का क्या? हिंदू प्राइड। हिंदू प्राइड। गर्व से कहो हम हिंदू हैं, गर्व से कहो
हम हिंदू हैं, ये कहना नामुमकिन था जब कांग्रेस पार्टी पावर में थी। आज लोग गर्व से कहते हैं कि वो हिंदू हैं। वो मानसिकता थी आपकी। Now I want Siddharth Yadav to respond because it was a political comment made on the Prime Minister. Siddharth Yadav, they've said this is pure marketing. Pure marketing. It should not have happened. They said it was advertising. It was marketing and it was misleading.
Arnab, I understand why the opposition is so rattled. Because in a country where they would organize conferences of eradicating Sanatan Dharma, where an alliance would get together and call Sanatan Dharma dengue malaria, where they would say कि इनको तो देश से बाहर निकालना है, हिंदुत्व इस देश के अंदर नहीं चलेगा. In that time, when राम मंदिर का ध्वजारोहण होगा, तो मिर्ची लगनी तय है. That is their problem. One political ideology, one political family, one party which over the years have just ridiculed the Hindus in this country, who have just always done appeasement politics, who always thought कि हिंदुओं को जितना चाहे उतना दबाते जाओ, who never understood the civilizational issue, who went to the courts and said कि जितनी बातें आप कर रहे हैं सब काल्पनिक है, राम काल्पनिक है. आज उनके आंखों के आगे राम मंदिर बन गया और उसका ध्वजारोहण हो गया. I am sure why they are rattled. There is no denial in that.
They want to live in ambiguity. I want to be direct about everything. They want to live in ambiguity. Sorry to intervene, but I think everybody must know today is Sonia Gandhi, after marriage, as per what appear to be Hindu rituals, if I make a comment today, they will not like it. But Ratnakar Tripathi, the nation wants to know, is Sonia Gandhi a Catholic, practicing Christian Catholic, or is she Hindu? Nobody has any objection to it. But you must also be clear about it. And if Sonia Gandhi is Christian, she must say I'm Christian. I'm just curious to know, why are you getting touchy? Why are you getting touchy? Why are you touchy? I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you. Is it wrong? Is it wrong to ask that question? Now getting touchy, getting all touchy. Hot under the collar, Ratnakar Tripathi. Now I'm talking about Hindu pride. If Sonia Gandhi was trying to bring in a communal violence bill which always would have put Hindus as perpetrators of crime, perpetrators of communal violence, and Muslims and other minorities as victims of communal violence, I want to know whether it was Sonia Gandhi, a Christian, who was about to do it, or Sonia Gandhi, a Hindu, who was about to do it. If Sonia Gandhi, as a Christian, as a practicing Christian, is passing a communal violence bill which is portraying the Hindu community as perpetrators of communal violence, the nation has a right to know. Do you understand that? The nation has a right to know.
Yes.
Because of the comments you make about Hinduism all the time. Because of your perverse hatred for Hinduism.
Don't shout. Let me speak.
Your perverse hatred for Hinduism.
Has a right to know that the wife of Jaishankar ji, External Affairs Minister, is she a Hindu or Buddhist or Japanese? Or a Catholic Japanese? Nation has a right to know.
Are you out of your mind? Don't be stupid, Ratnakar Tripathi. I am asking you about the religion of Sonia Gandhi. Why are you hiding it? Is she a Christian or a Hindu? Do I have a right to know that? Is she a Christian or a Hindu?
You just tell me whether
you got married by Hindu religious customs, but you married by Hindu religious customs and remained a Christian, or you became a Hindu? Because I want to set this whole conversation in perspective, because it is the Congress party which makes the most ridiculous and perverse attacks on our religion.
You can't reply to me because you don't know whether the External Affairs
Maybe that explains a lot.
Hindu, Buddhist, or
Siddharth
Catholic,
is on the debate, Dushyant is on the debate. I am only well, I have many answers tonight. When a 42-foot Dharma Dhwaj is, when a Dharma Dhwaj, Bhagwa, झंडा इतना बड़ा हो गया हमारे देश में, जहाँ पे कांग्रेस पार्टी एक समय राज करती थी, भगवा झंडा
पच नहीं रहा है.
42 फुट का भगवा झंडा.
They can't digest it. This family can't digest it. The Congress party can't digest it. I can't imagine the visual.
They are so anti-Hindu.
देख रहे होंगे, भगवा लहरा रहा है, क्या फील कर रहे होंगे?
जल रहे अंदर से, जल रहा है. Give them burn all.
रंगाए जोगी कपड़ा. सिद्धार्थ यादव जी,
इनको बर्नॉल की जरूरत पड़ेगी आज.
आज बहुत बर्नॉल की जरूरत पड़ेगी इनको.
धर्म नहीं बेचते हैं, आध्यात्मिक है. हमारे ना देखो.
आप क्या बेचते हैं, क्या नहीं बेचते, रहने दीजिए. देश के संसाधनों पर पहला अधिकार किसका है?
शिव को यहाँ रख के डिस्प्ले आपकी तरह नहीं करते।
जब बात हिंदुओं की आएगी तब यू विल इरेडिकेट सनातन धर्म। You want to eradicate Sanatan Dharma.
No, today the opposition.
See what is happening in the country now. See it from your eyes. राम मंदिर के ऊपर ध्वजा फहरा चुका है।
अरे
ध्वजा फहरा चुका है रत्नाकर त्रिपाठी जी। आप लोगों के रहते हुए फहरा चुका है, देखते हुए आंखों के आगे।
राजा रामचंद्र जी की ध्वजा
भारत की ताकत
कितनी देर कर दी बिना ध्वजा के। वो एक ऐसे महल में थे, ऐसे मंदिर में थे जिसमें ध्वजा नहीं थी। Shame on you. आप वहां पे बेचने
तो
के
क्या
लिए
करेंगे? ना आपको सनातन पता, ना संस्कृति पता, मंदिर पे ध्वज हो कब नहीं हो ये नहीं पता। पूरे कमेंट्री you will do here.
उनके महल पे
You don't have a problem with a mosque named Babri. पूरी दुनिया में there is no mosque named after any person. But Babri mosque में प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, पर राम मंदिर के ऊपर ध्वजा फहर गया तो प्रॉब्लम है।
मैं तो कह रहा हूं आपको शर्म आनी चाहिए कि
Ladies and gentlemen, the Congress Party's opposition, the Congress Party's opposition, I find it amusing. मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है क्योंकि एक पार्टी जो कहती है, which says today, Dushyant, that Congress means Muslim. Muslim means Congress. Means Congress Party is 100% Muslim. And 100% Muslim vote bank is for Congress. Means Congress is a Muslim party. And why not? They have been a Muslim party since 1985 when the Supreme Court passed a judgment in the Shah Bano case by which a destitute, divorced woman would be entitled to maintenance after divorce pertaining to Muslim women. But Rajiv Gandhi said, no. This is a great opportunity to oppress women and make hardline Muslim men my vote bank. So the Congress party today has been a Muslim party, Dushyant, for 40 years. Rahul Gandhi is 57 years old. When Rahul Gandhi was 17 years old, the Congress became a Muslim party. There is nobody who can factually argue with this clear position I have taken. Dushyant, this anger, angst, bile against the Dhwajarohan ceremony because it's open declaration of Hindu pride. How do you view this, Dushyant?
Namaskaram Arnab, namaskaram to all my fellow panelists and to all the viewers across the world who are watching Republic TV. As an apolitical person, I wish them the best wishes on such an auspicious day when there was Dharma Dhwajarohanam that happened in Rama Janmabhoomi. 3 very quick points, Arnab. So Valmiki Ramayana clearly mentions Kovidara Dhwajorate. So the motive of Kovidara on the flag, I was actually on your channel, Arnab, this afternoon while I had to give a running commentary. I just swelled up because I couldn't hold my tears when I saw that Kovidara Dhwaja. It is a momentous occasion, there's no doubt, because our art forms, be it our music, dance, cuisine, textiles, architecture, everything is so much influenced by the Ramayana. Rama lives in our hearts. That said, second point I would like to make, Arnab, there is an accusation on the throne at the current Honorable Prime Minister that how could he be a part of the Dhwajarohanam of a Hindu temple. I would just like to give you one example, Arnab. The Kuladevata, the family deity of Prabhu Sri Ramachandra is Ranganatha Swami, who is now in Srirangam. That's a beautiful temple town in the state of Tamil Nadu. In 1987, when there was this Samprokshanam for the Gopuram that happened in that temple, then Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, M.G. Ramachandran, from a Dravidian party called AIADMK, attended this ceremony, presided over the ceremony. A Chief Minister from a Dravidian party in the state of Tamil Nadu presided over a temple event, and Narendra Modi ji cannot preside over a temple event in Ayodhya. That itself is amusing. Probably their partner who's leveling this accusation should answer. Third, last point, Arnab. Had this been, this event would have never occurred 10 years back. Just imagine a person like me who sports a tilak on my forehead would have never been called to a TV debate because you just not have to speak English, you have to look English. But in the last 10 years, something that has really happened amongst the masses is you don't have to be apologetic to be a Hindu. You can sport your religion on your sleeve without hurting any other religion or community. And this is what the Prime Minister has demonstrated, and I'm extremely proud of him. And
You know, Harish, what's the problem, Harish? What's the problem, Harish? I mean that, the fact is that Hindus are 85% out of the population of India and Muslims are about 15% of the population of India, 85%, somewhere in between that, or 80%. Now, you can't suppress a religion, right, followed by how many? Over 1.1 billion Hindus. You can't do that. In fact, in the coming years, Harish, Hinduism will become more assertive, more vocal, and there'll be a greater research and understanding and appreciation for India's infinitely deep Hindu roots. Hinduism in our soul, Hinduism in our history, Hinduism in our culture. It's not marketing. But all these things that have happened will have to be corrected. Historical wrongs, Harish, Tariq ji, will have to be corrected because Hindu pride is becoming a very major thing. Someone told me recently that even young people are coming together to sing bhajans, and I was so happy. That means that among young people, Prafulla Ketkar, Sadhvi Jaya Bharti, among young Hindus, there is growing pride, there is growing assertion, there is a deep sense of pride at the greatness of the Hindu religion. Shouldn't you be happy, Harish? Tariq?
Yeah.
This is going to be the base for a Rama Rajya in the future. There will be Rama Rajya in the future as Mahatma Gandhi wanted. Mahatma Gandhi's vision of Rama Rajya will come alive. Right? And after all, what is Mahatma? Mahatma means Maha Atma. Right? It has Sanatan roots. It has Sanatan roots. The word Mahatma aligns with Sanatan Dharma's teachings on inner divinity, spiritual greatness, transcendence of the physical self. Everything here, our political history is rooted in Hinduism. Harish, our political history is rooted in Hinduism. And we must all now, including you, me, Prafulla Ketkar, learn to welcome it and be happy at what we are seeing around us. I'm sure you're happy, Harish.
No,
yeah, Praful, everyone should be happy now.
Absolutely.
I don't know what's going on.
Because Babur and Aurangzebs were aggressors for all Indians. Present-day Muslims are also victims of Babur's and Aurangzeb's policies.
Absolutely.
Please try and understand. So we need not celebrate them. We need not. If Congress and Communists would not have been there, the Muslims and the Babur...
I don't know why the government has not renamed Aurangzeb Road and Babur Road and all these Humayun Road and all these roads in Delhi. Why roads in Delhi named after Babur?
Yeah, we should talk
Aurangzeb.
about it. Aurangzeb is fortunately changed to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam.
Harish, you understand, no?
The
Harish,
point
Tariq.
is, the point we need to understand is this is a civilizational justice that we are
civilizational
shift. People who talk about social justice, they want to talk everything shit about the on caste lines, but they don't want to accept the historical reality on the religious persecution. And I want to talk, I want to tell people like Tariq Bhai, please try and understand. On record, KK Mohammed, who was one of the main person involved in the excavation through Archaeological Survey of India, he said, if communist historians and the Congress party wouldn't have been there, there wouldn't have been Babri Masjid Action Committee and Muslim instigation. Muslim would have happily accepted the historical reality that Ram Mandir existed. None of those historians actually came forward and gave any statement in the Supreme Court that shows their hypocrisy. The same hypocrisy happened now when Somnath reconstruction happened. Sardar Patel and K. Munshi.
No, speak in English, please, for a wider English audience tonight. Thank you, and please continue. You want to say something?
Can I say something?
Yes.
First of all, ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर होने का ये मतलब नहीं है कि आदमी अपने धर्म का पालन नहीं करेगा. सरकार सेकुलर होती है, लेकिन जो व्यक्ति बैठता है वो अपने धर्म का पालन करता है और सबको बराबर की निगाह से देखता है. मैं अगर कल को सांसद हो जाऊं तो क्या मैं अपने धर्म का पालन करना छोड़ दूंगा? क्या मैं नमाज पढ़ना छोड़ दूंगा, कुरान पढ़ना छोड़ दूंगा, मस्जिद में जाना छोड़ दूंगा? अरे भाई, वो एक हिंदू है, सनातनी है, वो अब जा रहे तो उसमें कौन सी बात है?
ये रत्नाकर त्रिपाठी जी को समझाइए. ये रत्नाकर त्रिपाठी जी और उनके पार्टी को समझाइए।
रत्नाकर जी की तो बहुत बड़े आदमी, हमारे बड़े भाई हैं, लेकिन जिन साहब ने ये कहा है वो राशिद अलवी साहब, मैं उनको आज से नहीं, जब मैं 15 साल का लड़का था तब से उनको जानता हूँ, और तब से जानता हूँ। यहाँ तो अभी कुछ ही दिन हुआ आए हुए, उससे पहले वो बीएसपी में थे, तो बीएसपी में टिकट भी हमारे पापा नहीं दिलवाया था, वो छोड़ दिए राशिद अलवी साहब की बात। हम बहुत अच्छी तरह जानते हैं राशिद अलवी साहब को। कहाँ उनकी बातों में आ रहे हैं आप लोग? भैया रत्नाकर भाई, आप कल को प्राइम मिनिस्टर हो जाएंगे तो क्या आप अपना धर्म का पालन करना छोड़ देंगे? मंदिर जाना छोड़ देंगे? तिलक लगाना छोड़ देंगे? या मैं करना छोड़ दूंगा? भाई मैं तो नहीं छोड़ूंगा। मैं मंत्री भी हो जाऊंगा, मैं राष्ट्रपति भी हो जाऊंगा, मैं प्रधानमंत्री हो जाऊंगा, तो भी अपने धर्म का पालन करना थोड़ी ना छोड़ूंगा। तो मेरे धर्म के ऊपर कमेंट करेंगे? अरे ये बेवकूफी की बातें, मुद्दों पे कमेंट करिए, मुद्दों में कमेंट करिए, बेरोजगारी पे कमेंट करना चाहिए।
वो कह रहे हैं कि आपको जबरदस्ती धर्म पर कमेंट कराया गया है।
कहाँ राशिद भाई ने कहिए, कहाँ राशिद? अब हम राशिद भाई कह रहे हैं, आप समझ सकते हैं प्राइवेट में क्या कहता हूँगा। राशिद जी से कहिए कि कम से कम इतना ध्यान रखे, हर चीज को पकड़ कर बैठ जाना और टीवी में आने से काम नहीं होता है, सिर्फ इसलिए कि टीवी में नाम आ जाए। अरे बट नेचुरल है, ही इज अ हिंदू मैन। मैं खुद गर्व से कहता हूं कि मैं सनातनी हिंदुस्तानी मुसलमान हूं। मैं कहता हूं, मैं 100% कहता हूं हिंदुस्तानी सनातनी मुसलमान हूं। क्या वो नहीं है? आप तो सनातनी हिंदुस्तानी है, मैं तो सनातनी हिंदुस्तानी मुसलमान हूं। मैं तो ये कहता हूं, मुझे क्या तकलीफ है? कोई तकलीफ नहीं है। हाँ, आप कहेंगे भारत माता की जय करो तो नहीं करूंगा, आप कहेंगे वंदे मातरम गाओ तो नहीं गाऊंगा, मेरी अपने भी लिमिटेशन है। भैया वो भी है, उनका नाम मोदी जी है, नरेंद्र मोदी है, वो तो हिंदू है तो जाएंगे ही, राम जी के यहाँ जाएंगे, माता जी के यहाँ जाएंगे, शिव जी के यहाँ जाएंगे। अरे क्यों जाए मस्जिद, क्यों जाए गुरुद्वारा, क्यों जाते हैं तो बहुत बड़ी बात है, क्यों जाए वो वहां पे? पिछली बार हुआ था कि साहब मोदी जी ने टोपी पहनने से मना कर दिया। अरे भैया आप तिलक लगा लो फिर जाकर, तो वो उसके लिए नहीं तैयार हो तो मुल्ला जी है। उस दिन मुल्ला जी बड़ा बिलबिला गए थे मेरे ऊपर। तो ऐसे काम नहीं होता, आप तिलक नहीं लगाओगे लेकिन दूसरे को टोपी पहनाओगे, ये नहीं होता है। आई डोंट एग्री। ये सेक्युलरिज्म का मतलब नहीं है। सेक्युलर का मतलब कुछ होता है और कम्युनल का मतलब कुछ होता है। सेक्युलर सीखिए, सेक्युलरिज्म क्या है, हमको भी सीखना चाहिए। लेकिन लोग तो बस आजकल हिंदू मुस्लिम बस, और कुछ बचा ही नहीं। आपको क्या जरूरत थी शगुफा छोड़ने की? मतलब पौन घंटे की डिबेट हो गई। अरे डिबेट होती है, अच्छी डिबेट होनी चाहिए।
आप मुझे डिबेट की मत सिखाइए। देखिए, द हिपोक्रेसी इज दिस। देखिए तारिक, you have to understand this, and Harish and Ratnakar, any of you may be anti-Hindu, but you'll have to understand it. Manmohan Singh, when he was Prime Minister, when Manmohan Singh was you have a right to be anti-Hindu. I have a right to oppose you. You are possibly anti-Hindu. I suspect you are anti-Hindu. Anyway, I have a right to suspect you are anti-Hindu. I have a right to suspect you are anti-Hindu. I just want to ask you. I just want to ask you here. Harish, what's your problem? Okay, Harish, come to the debate with Sadhvi Jayabharati.
Who said I'm anti-Hindu?
Yeah, what's the problem? Please tell me. Yeah.
Don't brand like that. Have your mind full of the journalism ethics, please, for heaven's sake.
What journalism ethics are you teaching me?
Anyone, for that matter.
Why? What journalism ethics are you teaching?
In your own way, never ever, Mr. Arnab Goswami, never ever. Don't do that. Come to the point.
At least if you're trying to copy me, complete my sentence.
No, I'm saying never ever.
You require presence of mind. Like my question is this. My question is, Harish, listen. I'll tell you, I'm a very simple man. I look at things in a very simple way.
Yeah, we know that.
When I was a child, Congress party was in power. And in the years of the Congress party, Hindus were expected to hide. I'm telling you, this is a reality. Let's get everyone on. Hindus were expected to be self-consciously secular up to a point where anything to do with Hinduism had to be underplayed, and you were told, if you are Hindu, be Hindu inside your house. Now, you are Hindu in your house, you are Hindu outside your house, you are Hindu in a railway station, you are Hindu in a park, you are Hindu on the roads, you are Hindu in your temples, you will be Hindu in public spaces. Don't teach me this rubbish Congress definition of Indian secularism. When Prime Minister Manmohan Singh paid a visit to the Golden Temple on the 1st of January 2012 to mark the new year, was he being communal? When Prime Minister Manmohan Singh visited the Golden Temple on January 1st, 2012, was he being communal?
Does Arnav is against Constitution? Does Arnav is against Constitution? Answer this, simple.
If you ask me stupid questions, I won't reply.
No, then whatever. You are asking the same thing for the 24
Prasad
hours.
against Constitution?
1 second, give me a second.
Tafula countering, Tafula.
When he inaugurated.
One second.
Lalla, audio.
When Dr. Rajendra Prasad, as per the resolution of the cabinet meeting chaired by Pandit Nehru, decided to renovate the Somnath temple, and as President of India, Dr. Rajendra Prasad actually inaugurated the renewed Somnath temple. It was Sardar Patel and K. Munshi. All these people were part of the constitution making process, Mr. Harish. And please try and understand, this was a civilizational justice. Restoration of Somnath and restoration of Ayodhya has nothing to do with religion.
I haven't even commented on this, and you are coming straight to my... Don't jump to the conclusion. Give me some fair 1 minute.
No, you asked the question. I asked you a simple question. Do you consider Dr. Rajendra Prasad anti-constitution?
I'm giving you a fair point. The Article 14, 15, 25, 27, including
the people who drafted it. The people who drafted it passed the resolution for Somnath temple.
1 second, sir. 1 second.
Rajendra Prasad inaugurated it.
So
do you consider it against
including
Article
the PM, has the right to profess and propagate his own religion? No one is denying that. But there shouldn't be any preference as per the oath he took under the third schedule of his oath.
Who is taking preference?
Ram Mandir is not about preference. Ram Mandir is about the civilization. One second.
Ram Mandir is
Harish and Jaya.
Existence.
No, I am not denying. This is not at all new. Or I am not saying that the PM shouldn't do all this. It is not new, and PM has all the right to do it. Including PM, it has been mandated, given by the Constitution under the Article 14, 15, 25 and 27. So I'm not denying that at all. Even PM has all his right and all his constitutional liberty.
Jaya Bharti, you're muted. Jaya, you're muted. Jaya Bharti ji, you're muted.
But 1 second. As per the 42nd amendment of this Indian Constitution, it has clearly stated when the secular, that shouldn't be any diligence or allegiance to one particular faith. Even if
what particular faith, yaar? You know, Jaya Bharti, countering.
I just need 1 minute. Now, one thing, and I want to be very clear what we witnessed today, and honestly, what do we expect from the opposition? This is the same ecosystem that has consistently stood against Hindu civilizational justice. These are the same people who denied existence of Ram Setu, the same parties that stalled the Ram Mandir for decades, the same... This opposition has been in government and they have been holding Hindus as criminals. We remember how car savers were beaten, lathi charge even shot. Nobody spoke about it. And this is their secular, it's not about secular, it is their own ecosystem and the propaganda to make Hindu apologetic that has failed today. So you better talk about what you've done. For decades, this opposition ecosystem treated Hindu suffering invisible, Hindu demand illegitimate, demanding something so embarrassed about. They imposed the slavery on us. So you're not talking sense. You're talking like a blank constitutional book that Rahul Gandhi keeps showing. You're not talking in the constitutional manner either. Constitution does not deny Hindus their right to justice. And that's what you've been debating since this debate started. It's better even if you're taking up the constitution.
Even for the Muslims, even for the Christians, it doesn't deny. But whether the RSS and Sangh Parivar is doing that, they are lynching the people from SC community, OBCs and minorities. Whether the constitution is given only for the Hindus to mandate to preach and profess, no. It allows for each and every religion. But whether the
there was a long time when the Congress party was in power, the only parties allowed, the only parties,
rely on national channel. He's lying. He's lying that RSS BJP is lynching SC, OBC minorities. Give me a single example and I'll give you hundreds of examples where you are lying. Absolutely lying.
You don't have the data.
You are absolutely lying.
Can I pull the NCRB data? Can I pull the NCRB data? Can I pull the NCRB data?
Harish, can I be put on air quicker by the vision mixer? Harish, you need to understand how worried Christians are now, how worried the Christian community is now after seeing the way, Kerala, there are a lot of Christians, Dushyant, they've all seen the way in which a 16-year-old boy was being forced to join ISIS by his own mother. This level of Islamist radicalization is so dangerous.
Mr. Ajit Doval had said that, Mr. Ajit Doval, the National Security Advisor, said 80% of Hindus has been
No, we all know. Listen.
What do you want
Don't
to do
try to
about that?
misquote a great man like Mr. Ajit Doval. Be quiet. Harish, worry about Islamist radicalization. Even people like you will not be spared. Now listen to me. I wish to say the only parties, Ratnakar Tripathi, the only party is allowed in India when the Congress party was in power. The only parties, Dushyant, allowed by the Congress party when they were in power were iftar parties. There were no other parties. Every time, as if he had no work, Manmohan Singh attended about 100 iftar parties every season. Sometimes there were 7-star hotels which were booked for iftar parties by the Congress party. And the Congress party used to go then to the Shahi Imam and beg for the Muslim vote. Today, what we are seeing is, I think, an important point. I think this is a moment of great celebration, except for people like Ratnakar Tripathi. Hindus have fought the case after case after case for 134 years. Why should they not celebrate? Why should they not celebrate?
I'm shocked.
What are you shocked about?
Having a ध्वज on it. That is what I'm saying. Since beginning. राजा अपने महल में था, राजा भगवान अपने मंदिर में थे बिना ध्वज के. They should feel shame on it. मुझे लगता है पहले दिन लगाना चाहिए था. और दूसरी चीज,
by Supreme Court, this was not a given thing. Supreme Court, the Hindus won in the Supreme Court on the basis of evidence. Speak with respect for the Supreme Court.
Where did I disrespect Supreme Court?
5 judges, Justice Gogoi, Justice Bobde, Justice Bhushan, Justice Chandrachud, Justice Nazir, representing different ideologies and backgrounds, unanimously said, give 5 acres for the Ram Mandir, for the mosque, and build the Ram Mandir. You call the Supreme Court verdict marketing? Is that marketing?
जुडिशियरी की इंसल्ट करना आपकी आदत है.
well, आपको देखिए,
5 जजों ने कहा कि ध्वज लगेगा इंस्टॉलेशन के बाद. दिखाइए ना, पढ़िए कोर्ट की जस्टिस.
कोर्ट डिसाइड करेगा कि ध्वज लगेगा, किस रंग का ध्वज लगेगा, कोर्ट डिसाइड करेगा. I see, viewers, you see, I'm realizing, just look at the body language of this Congress leader. Reduce his audio, and you will realize, if you actually do analysis of the body language, it's very interesting. Look at the anger, the way he's speaking. His real problem is with the saffron color, the same color today that Dushyant Sridhar is proudly wearing on the program. They don't like this color. Dushyant wants to say something to you, sir. I'm just loving your internal contradictions. Yes.
Arnab, I just have a question to Sri Harish, who was on the panel.
Harish. 1 minute. Let me put him on air first. Harish, a question for you.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
I heard Sri Harish's views. See, we are talking about constitution, we are talking about legality. Is it right for a deputy chief minister of a large state like Tamil Nadu to come on a stage and call a faith that has been adhered by so many people as cholera AIDS? Is that right?
Can I answer simply? It is a plain, simple text. He hasn't called any particular faith as a cholera or dengue like the North media has portrayed it.
He has 100%. He has 100%. And he's never clarified on it. He has never clarified on it. No, he has. He called Sanatan Dharma dengue, cholera, malaria. What are you talking about? If he had spoken about Islam like that, what would you have done?
No.
What would you have done? Hindus should swallow it, huh? Hindus should swallow it. I say Hindus should not swallow it anymore. Hindus should not take this lying down anymore. Hindus should not sit here and say it's all right. I'll become a better Hindu by getting hit, by getting hurt, by getting slapped and getting abused. You don't become a better Hindu by getting abused and doing nothing.
Arnav,
I'm sorry.
To answer.
I'm sorry. Don't have to tell me. He said it. Don't defend. Don't defend Udayinidhi's talent. Don't defend Udayinidhi's talent.
I have to, because the truth where it is, we have to defend. We are not Arnab Goswami to go ahead to another angle where there is no truth.
You are certainly not Arnab Goswami and never will be.
Yeah, of course, I never want to be, number one. And number two,
you just want a ticket from the DMK.
Hello, come on, Mr. Arnab Goswami. Don't spill the beans, don't brush under.
But I'm not spilling the beans. Did I spill the beans? That means you are seeking a ticket. I didn't intend to spill the beans, but I saw it on your face. The Freudian slip, the mix of expressions, the body language, showing clearly a growing keenness in getting some kind of support for a political aspiration from the DMK and hoping that your appearances on Republic give you a double promotion to do so. Anyway, continue.
Okay, you are done? You are done? Okay, let me complete.
Yeah, I'm not done, but I am done for the moment.
Okay, wherever there is an oppression, it has to be dealt, is what he meant. Whether
no, you didn't answer Dushyant's question.
What
if these words were used for Islam?
Of course, I'm saying, if it is Islam, it is not even I'm comparing to dengue, it is an AIDS for me. When there is an oppression in any particular religion on any human, it should be called in definite way, whether it is cholera or whether it is AIDS. Be it in Islam.
No, I'm sorry, he's avoiding the question.
Or how can I be put forward like this as an explicit way? I don't know how I want to put it further.
You answer Dushyant's question.
I don't know the line.
Siddharth, did he answer Dushyant's question?
If you can't take my lines, then I don't know.
I couldn't hear.
Chief Minister who has taken the
and he represents the DMK. How can he answer? But Arnab, a lot of constitutional references were made on your show, and just for your viewers, I wish to mention this specifically. The constitution is not the constitution which Rahul Gandhi carries in his pocket. This is the original copy of the constitution. When we have the part 3, the fundamental rights, just above that part, the scene of Ram Rajya is there. Prabhu Shri Ram, Mata Sita, and Lakshmanji. This is the true spirit of the constitution. And you want to teach us that that constitution tells us secularism, and that secularism, the Prime Minister cannot go and hoist that flag. You want to teach us that? You have killed the true spirit of the constitution. You have hidden it from the people of this country. You have tried to change the constitution. When you speak of the 42nd amendment, do not forget that you made that amendment when everybody was in jails, when the courts were shut down, when the media houses were shut down. Is when you try to change the spirit. This is not the spirit of the constitution.
That is not the truth.
The spirit of the constitution is Ram Rajya. The spirit of the constitution is Krishna Rajya. The spirit of the constitution is Dharma. It speak of the civilizational issues. And when we are reawakening the civilizational issues, that is when you have a problem. And that is when you come out and say it's dengue and malaria. Keep calling it. ये बुझता हुआ दिया है, ये जाएगा.
Siddharth Yadav ji, don't teach us what is religion and spiritualism. You don't.
अरे सर, आपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पढ़ा क्या? बहुत रेफरेंस कर रहे थे अभी. पार्ट 3 से पहले कौन सी इमेज है? It's the original image in the original constitution. What is that?
Hold your horses. अष्टादश पुराणेषु व्यासस्य वचनद्वयम्.
अभी आप कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पे जवाब नहीं देंगे. अभी पूरा ज्ञान संविधान पे देना था.
पुराणों में व्यास जी ने बस 2 बातें.
Now you will keep aside the constitution and then you will teach us धर्म ध्वजा को कब लगाया जाता है. You are the biggest Shankaracharya on the show. Ratnakar Tripathi is the biggest Shankaracharya. He will give certificate when has to happen, what has to happen.
पापाय परपीडनम. आप दूसरों को प्रताड़ित करते हैं, पाप करते हैं, ये सनातन नहीं है. प्रभु रामचंद्र तो उक्तियों के मुताबिक जब धोबी ने कह दिया,
he has lost his connection. I think
दे दीजिए. ऐसा नहीं कि सीता को पहले वनवास देके तो प्रधानमंत्री बने. ये मुझे मत बताइए सनातन का.
He has lost his connection and he will speak all absurd that he can think of just because he don't have arguments.
I haven't lost my connection.
He can't see the Bhagwa Dhwaj. That's the problem. Ratnakar Tripathi की आंखों में चुभ रहा है. He's so rattled, Arnab. See, look at him. Look at him. He'll say all absurd things just because today the Dhwaja is above the Ram temple. For years and years, you planned and you worked hard so that this doesn't happen, and it has happened. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Ratnakar Tripathi, it has happened.
I think the frustration, the fact is that for years the Congress worked hard to make sure the Ram Mandir doesn't happen. And for them to realize that after, by the way, Ratnakar Tripathi, is Sonia Gandhi a Christian or a Hindu? You didn't answer my question.
Shankara's wife is Buddhist or Christian?
Is she a Christian or a Hindu? After marriage, as per Hindu ritual, she remained Christian. She married as per Hindu rituals only for marriage and then remained Christian. I'm asking a question. Last time I asked why she was quiet. Last time I asked why she was quiet when Hindus were attacked and killed.
Tell me, what religion is followed?
When I said why Hindus were killed in Palghar, at that point of time, Antonia the Minor was quiet. Is Sonia Gandhi a Hindu or a Christian?
You have to tell me.
Why should it be a mystery?
Which religion she follows?
Why should it be a mystery? Itni mystery kya hai? Jaya Bharti, what are they hiding?
Buddhist, Hindu.
They're hiding their own confusion. They're hiding their confusion and they're hiding the truth. And now the thing is, even the truth that the Hindu consciousness, they were, even they were hiding that. They were hiding the real constitution.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have some breaking news has come in. Some breaking news has come in that there's been an escalation in the dispute between India and China. As you know, an Indian national who'd been living in the UK was going through China to Japan. She's from Arunachal Pradesh originally. She was stopped, she was harassed, she complained. The MEA made this an issue, complained to the Chinese, and the Chinese have put out a sharp statement back. I see an escalation between India and China, the geopolitical uncertainties over that when I'm back.
For a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
हमारे यहाँ भगवान बसवन्ना उनके अनुभव मंटपा की जानकारी भी सीमित रखी गई। अनुभव मंटपा यानी जहां सामाजिक, धार्मिक और आर्थिक विषयों पर सार्वजनिक बहस होती थी, जहां सामूहिक सहमति से निर्णय लिए जाते, लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता के कारण इस भारत की कितनी ही पीढ़ियों को इस जानकारी से भी वंचित रखा गया।
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है। और इस फ्रंट पे हम
Why are only employees being held? Is there something else more than meets the eye? Why are these questions not being asked by the
Are we now going to pretend it never happened?
Chinese AI is nationalist for China. Indian AI has to be nationalist for India.
Today, no matter which part of the world you live in, India looms large on the global horizon. And that is true whether you are discussing energy or you are in technology. The transformation that is taking place in the world, India is part of that. Today, you're talking about being a $40 trillion economy. Today, no one is questioning that you will be the third largest economy. I've never heard anybody question that.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now it's time for the nation's sharpest opinion. And the important point for us to realize, and I've always said this, I say this to everyone, I say this to the government as well. I say this to all the people of our great nation. Remember, every morning you wake up and every morning you go to sleep. Remember, we are on our own. Remember this, people of India, that no country in the world is completely on our side, not even largely or partially on our side. This is the necessary encumbrance and situation resulting from being a growing power in the world and the next superpower. And as we grow, not just in economic scale, from 4 to 15 to 20 to 30 trillion, in military scale, in terms of being a soft power in the world, no nation will be on our side. Russia will not be on our side. Don't fool ourselves with the posters that are being put out by Russia today ahead of Putin's visit to New Delhi. Putin wants to do business with India. Russia is not on our side. America is not on our side. They are dragging the trade talks. They've done everything possible to use every leverage against national interest of India. America is not on our side. And China, I can tell you this in writing, and I know there is a concerted attempt by the government of India to improve the relationship with China. And the government may not like me saying this, but China is not on our side. China is only on China's side, ladies and gentlemen. And this fact, the fact that China has an inherent dislike for India, maybe out of a competitive instinct, maybe out of realizing that Asia's destiny will have to be a shared destiny and not a destiny of one nation. Also realizing that India is no longer a middle-level nation. India is a great nation, ladies and gentlemen. And that all their support for Pakistan could not counterbalance the Indian armed forces during Operation Sindoor. All of this has emerged in the case which has led to this statement by the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson, who has said that we do not recognize the Arunachal Pradesh illegally set up by India. Why is China taking this kind of an angry position? Why is China trying to aggravate the situation with India? Let me tell you a story. And the protagonist at the heart of this story will be joining me on the debate, a lady called Pema Thongdok. She is a presently UK-based Indian citizen. She holds an Indian passport. She's from Arunachal Pradesh. She was traveling from London, I think, to Japan. And there was a transit through somewhere in China when immigration officials
in China flagged her passport as invalid because it listed Arunachal Pradesh as her birthplace. Now, this was absolutely well planned. It is impossible that an individual, an Indian passport holder from Arunachal Pradesh, is held and harassed by immigration authorities who try to browbeat her, saying, "You are Chinese." She says, "No, I am Indian." No, you are Chinese. You should apply for a Chinese passport. Why would the Chinese do that? This has happened, I'm sure, under direct instructions from the intelligence agencies of China with an attempt to hold leverage over India. Because their statement, as a result of this, we issued a démarche. Our MEA complained. The lady in question raised the issue on social media. The Ministry of External Affairs got activated. They complained to the Chinese that, "What are you doing? Why are you troubling? Why are you troubling an Indian passport holder?" As a result of that, the Chinese could have been quiet about it. Or even if they didn't like being told off by the Indians, could have left this as an isolated incident. But no, they chose to use the opportunity once again to release this statement that we have not recognized so-called Arunachal Pradesh. Well, let me tell you, Xi Jinping, I don't know the mistakes of all the previous people who've held governments in our country, but we also don't recognize your so-called South Tibet. It is Arunachal Pradesh. And I don't know how clearly our government says it, but let me say this: no international aviation, passport or immigration system has ever recognized or will ever recognize China's claims over Arunachal Pradesh. No global database flags Indian passports with Arunachal Pradesh as invalid. The fact is, China is grappling America. And when Xi met Modi at the SCO in August, Beijing welcomed the international optics. It was convenient for them at that time. Just a couple of months ago, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping met for a bilateral conversation on the sidelines of the SCO, in a symbolic gesture, the Prime Minister had invited Xi Jinping to attend the upcoming BRICS summit in India. But today's statement by the Chinese is completely contradictory to the sentiment that we hoped would be the sentiment that Chinese would reciprocate. China can't claim border peace while humiliating Indian citizens and calling them Chinese. And I am horrified, and you should be too, that the Chinese government has decided at the highest level to humiliate Indian citizens by calling them Chinese. And I am saying one more thing. I've heard so many stories of how badly behaved Chinese immigration officials are with Indian businessmen, Indian professionals traveling to China. Why? By doing so, China demeans its own civilization. Today, if the entire government of Xi Jinping wants to target an Indian woman because she's traveling through China, harasses her, then Mr. Xi Jinping, what are you doing? Is this your foreign policy pattern? Then India will never trust you. We cannot work with a nation that harasses our citizens. Global cooperation has to be on both sides. And if the Chinese government has decided to go a little hammer and tongs on India, we should not hesitate to hit back. In the present times, as we grow geopolitically, our success will be determined not by shaking hands, but by pulling back when needed. The Chinese must understand the people of India are watching. And this position of theirs, their decision to trouble an individual Indian citizen, to harass an Indian woman, clearly on the instructions of Beijing, is not uncomfortable for us. It is unacceptable for the world's most populous nation. Here it is.
Tianjin 2025. A handshake with Xi Jinping. India felt would be a new start for Delhi and Beijing. But these pictures and the gains made in August and September this year at the SCO summit has been destroyed by China as it raked up Arunachal Pradesh in the most unforgivable manner by detaining Pema Thingdok, an Indian citizen from Arunachal Pradesh.
There was a transit for my flight between London to Japan in China, in Shanghai, and I had successfully passed the e-gates, moving on to the security gates when one of the immigration officers singled me out of the queue and asked me to follow her, basically not giving a proper explanation. Then she took me next to the e-gates where there is the immigration, manual immigration counter, and she pointed at Arunachal on my passport and says, it's not valid, not valid for India, Indian passport not valid. So that was quite a confusing moment for me because obviously I have traveled, I'm a frequent traveler, and I have used my Indian passport almost everywhere else and without any issues. Then another immigration officer came over and she basically took me from, I think, one part of the airport to the other. And even in the shuttle, which takes you from that part of the terminal to the other, she was just very unruly and unprofessional and almost screaming and saying things like, no, your passport is not valid. If you really want to transfer, then apply for a Chinese passport, almost like a mock, because obviously in 3 hours I cannot apply for a Chinese passport, and why would I do so? Because I'm an Indian citizen, I'm not.
India has responded in a strong manner, issuing a démarche with the Chinese side in Beijing and in Delhi on the same day the incident took place with Pema, adding that the provocation was coming at a time when both sides are working on restoring normalcy. Such actions by the Chinese side introducing unnecessary obstructions to the process. Beijing, though, when questioned, was adamant.
First of all, Zhangnan is China's territory. China never acknowledges the so-called Arunachal Pradesh illegally set up by India. As for the individual case you mentioned, we've learned that during the whole process, China's border inspection authorities have gone through the whole process in accordance with laws and regulations and had just enforcement and fully protected the lawful rights and interests of the person concerned. There's no so-called compulsory measures, detainment or harassment. The airlines also provided a place for rest, drinking and food for the person concerned. For specifics, I'd refer you to competence.
Has China's assertion on Arunachal in its response erased all gains made in the last few months? Let's debate.
Okay, I have with me this evening Pema Thongdok, who was deliberately targeted by the Chinese government and held in Chennai. What a shame. And she was troubled. She is a proud Indian citizen. I want to have everyone on the screen. She is a proud Indian citizen from the great state of Arunachal Pradesh. Right? And we are standing with her tonight. I would like to say that it is shameful, when beyond shameful, for a government to target an individual, a lady traveling through Shanghai, who is a proud Indian citizen, and tell her that you must apply for a Chinese passport. What if we catch a few Chinese and ask them to apply for an Indian passport? We won't, because that's not the way we are. But this is terrible, and it's very petty, isn't it? Very petty, I would like to say. Tonight, before I go to General Bakshi and Saurabh Shukla and Ainar Tangen, I would like to go across to Prema. Prema, we are all very sorry for what you've been through. How are you now?
Tonight, before I go to General Okay, thank you very much. When the Indian officials finally came to the Shanghai airport, they tried to reason with them. They tried to say that, on what grounds, and the same question that I put forth to the immigration officer and to the China Eastern staff, that on what grounds are you holding my passport and not letting me go on my onward journey? They did not have any written document. There isn't any law. I've never heard of Arunachal Pradesh being part of China. So it's quite a confusing statement and a claim coming from the Chinese authorities to say that my Indian passport is invalid. But after 18-hour ordeal, I took basically a flight. I had to show them, actually forcibly, I had to only buy China Eastern Airline. They wouldn't allow me to fly out with any other airline, which is, again, quite questionable because in the first instance, when China Eastern boarded me in the flight from London to Shanghai, if this was a rule, that Indians born in Arunachal Pradesh should not be considered Indian, but in fact Chinese. Why did they let me board the plane in the first instance if this is a law? Because to me,
No, this was Prema, can I tell you this? My view is very clear. I'm sure Saurabh will agree with me. This is a classic petty intelligence operation by the Chinese. They have been tracking you quite clearly. And they have deliberately tracked you knowing that you are from Arunachal Pradesh. And it's a typical petty Chinese tactic to make something into an incident. So you're sort of caught in a situation for which you have no responsibility. It is the government of China, I think, Saurabh, which has tried to use Prema as cannon fodder.
As a collateral.
As collateral. Do you think that is the case? What do you read, Saurabh?
You know, Arnab, I see in diplomacy and statecraft, and when it comes to Chinese, timing matters a lot. They had seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi's excellent visit to G20, the leadership dialogues that he has with so many global leaders. Obviously, Chinese are feeling rattled. Pema has become, I would say, a collateral here, but this was a well-thought design because one is holding her, raking up the Arunachal Pradesh issue once again, and then making sure that their statement coming out of the Foreign Office spokesperson reiterates that. That's clearly a message to India that they're trying to test our resolve. And here on, it's very clear it's the Chinese classic way. On one hand, they try to offer a hand of friendship. On the other, they backstab you. So clearly, I think the government of India at the highest level, including the Prime Minister, has to realize that China cannot be your friend. We have to manage this relationship, but on our own resolve, on our own terms. And this is unacceptable at a time when India has just restarted flights to China. In fact, the direct flights to China have just resumed. This kind of incident should come as a warning, and we should issue an advisory to all our travelers that Chinese can repeat this kind of a thing. Because to Pema's credit, she had a determination, and plus our consulate acted swiftly. But in many cases, some of the passengers may not get that.
I want to ask Prema again. Prema, can you detail out your experience in a little bit more, specific terms? When did you get off the flight? Was it at Shanghai airport? At what point did they accost you? How many people were around you? Did they sort of physically restrain you into one place?
I wouldn't say physically restrain me to one place, but one area, definitely, because I could not get access to food or to go and buy myself some food after, being kept near the transfer desk without any proper documentation or law to say that my Indian passport is invalid. And strangely enough, the most interesting part of all of this is I actually transited through the exact same airport, Shanghai Pudong Airport, exactly 1 year ago on the 16th of October. And that was my first time transiting through China. So being diligent, and obviously I actually work in financial services advising billion-dollar firms on regulation. So I'm well aware, and that's my day-to-day job. So I made sure that I checked with the Chinese embassy in London the first time around to ask, will I have any issues? Can I transit through China? And they said, of course, there shouldn't be any issue because you're not transiting for more than 24 hours. Everyone is allowed to transit within a certain span of time. And my transit was only about 2 to 4 hours the last time around. And similarly now. So it's quite confusing that why on one hand your embassy says that you don't have any issues, why the Chinese Eastern airline at the time of check-in looked at my passport, issued me boarding pass with no objections to Arunachal being my birthplace.
No, I think that
and
this
then
is
further on.
Yeah, I think this is, again, Prema, more I speak to you, it's obviously that you've been caught as cannon fodder. How pitiable for the Chinese to behave like this, Ainar, isn't it? I mean, you feel almost sorry. You feel almost sorry for the Chinese that they have to pick on a very, very competent professional who's advising billion-dollar firms, and you obviously picked on the wrong person because she knows how to fight for herself. And you must remember, Ainar, that Indians fight for each other very hard. As you learned when we gave you a bloody nose in Doklam, messing around with Indians is not good. And it is also unnecessary. You see, because we have been very generous with you. We've been very nice with you. And this followed by the statement of your foreign ministry makes it look orchestrated and rehearsed. No, this is orchestrated and rehearsed, Ainar. It's orchestrated and rehearsed.
Do you want to just pontificate? First off, your booker didn't tell me that this was the issue. I thought we were going to be talking about Japan. In terms of this lady, I feel very sorry for her. Obviously, she was embroiled in something else. I do not know why they did this. I would be upset if I were in her situation.
It's not a question of being upset. You have no rationalization for what happened. Whatever. You know the facts of the case now, Ainar.
Please do not tell me what I'm thinking.
You know the facts of the case now, Ainar.
No, I know the facts as you tell them, and you're trying to.
And you realize they're unjustifiable.
There's no question about this. In terms of
and you realize you cannot justify them.
Can you tell me what is gained by this?
I don't know what China gains by this. You tell me what China gains by this.
Well, this is the whole point. I don't think that China gains as far as this idea that somehow China is envious of.
No, but what did you gain by making this an issue and then issuing a foreign policy statement within the next 18 hours?
First off, Arnab, you know I'm American. I do not represent the Chinese government.
Now you can't. Now you know you've always taken a pro-China line while being an American. You may be technically American, you're as Chinese as they come, and nothing wrong with that. But why did your government pick on this lady?
There's no, I'm not.
Why did your government pick on Pema Thongtok? He has run away from my program. And this is the problem. You see, General Bakshi, the moment you corner them, the moment you speak better than them, your arguments are better than them. Andrew K.P. Leung is smiling because he's seen many people run away from my program. Andrew, I hope you're not going to do that. This is an escalation, Andrew, because it was followed. I wouldn't have said yesterday it was an escalation. I would have perhaps been forgiving, Andrew, and I would have said maybe a stupid Chinese immigration official tried to pick on Prema. But after the statement of the foreign ministry, I don't think so.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Well, this is actually an unfortunate incident. It's nothing against the individual. It is that the maybe her visa bears, of course, Arunachal Pradesh, which of course is a.
It's not a visa; it's a passport. Hello. Get your facts clear. Get your facts clear. She's an Indian national. You messed up.
Well. Please allow me time to say what I want to say.
Yeah, but don't call an Indian passport a visa. Get your facts right.
Invite me on the program. Okay, your passport.
I'll give you a staple Chinese visa myself.
Arunachal Pradesh is a very, very sensitive issue for China. Don't forget the history of the of that place. If you Google, if you look at history, it was
no international aviation passport or immigration has recognized any Chinese claim over Arunachal. What are you talking about?
Time, I'll get off.
Okay? What do you mean get off? Just because I ask you two straight questions, you're trying to show a temper on me. I'm keeping my cool about the way your government has behaved with an Indian national.
So many times. I'll just log off.
What happened to your composure?
I'm not on your station anymore. Give me time. Show some respect.
Yeah, you messed up. Don't say
Don't invite me then.
don't
If you
say
don't want me
visa.
to-
It's a passport.
All right.
Get your facts right, Andrew. I'm just being nice to you.
Well, please, calm down.
You calm down yourself.
You are the anchor, okay?
Yeah, I am
Now,
the anchor and I'm calming you down.
Narendra Pradesh is a very, very critical issue for China. Whoever holds, unfortunate for this individual, because if you look at history, it was created by British India.
What
it
history?
Was created by British India.
What history?
Invaded,
No
China
global
at that
database
time.
recognizes
And
all
he-
your
and-
ridiculous claims.
And then at that
General
time,
Bakshi must give it
China
back now
was
to
not,
this guy.
was not ruled by the People's Republic of China.
Oh God!
Yeah,
You guys
and then,
are delusional,
and then
man.
It was the Qing dynasty.
You're delusional.
And then the hiving of that.
You don't try to do this balancing act with us, man. You can't do anything on Taiwan. You've been threatening the whole world about Taiwan for the last 100 years. That's the hope on which Xi Jinping has become dictator for life. He has appointed himself ruler of China till he is alive. You can't do a thing about Taiwan, and you're trying to lecture India on Arunachal Pradesh.
Taiwan dates back to even
You can't do
longer,
anything
to
on
Ming
Taiwan.
Dynasty.
You can't do anything on Taiwan.
mix
Hear
the
it, you
two
can't do
issues
anything
together,
on
okay?
Taiwan. You'll keep talking about Taiwan.
But
You
want
can't
to
do
talk
anything
about
on
Taiwan. I
Taiwan.
can talk about Taiwan.
Yeah, you
okay?
can't do anything on Taiwan. You've already compromised on Taiwan.
Sir, what history are you talking about? We would like to know.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, 1 minute. Prema, let's question him on history.
Yeah, what history? Because I have my family, my grandparents, we have all been Indian. When you say in Arunachal is part of China, I would like to know, do I have any voting rights in China? Do I have access to your public funds? Can I get pension in China? Can I get land? Would you give me land? Would you give me property in China? Do I have any of these? Do I vote for the Democratic of China? Do I speak Chinese? Do I even eat Chinese food at my home? Do I cook Indian food or do I cook Chinese food? Or speak to me in Chinese, sir. Speak to me in Chinese and let me answer you in Chinese and let's see if I am Indian or Chinese. Because if history tells you that I should be Chinese, as the immigration officers have told me that you should apply for a Chinese passport, because India doesn't own Arunachal Pradesh. I would like to answer. Okay, let me ask you the most basic question, sir. Arunachal Pradesh. What does Arunachal mean? Because if it's Chinese, you should know the meaning of the word. The state that you claim to be yours. What does Arunachal mean, sir?
Well, as I said, I mean, the fact
Is that a
remains
Chinese
that
word,
China
sir?
does not recognize the Arunachal Pradesh as a province of India. Has never been. Not the people.
So how many tribes are there in Arunachal Pradesh? How many
that's because
sub-tribes
the
are there in
legacy of
Arunachal Pradesh? Let me tell you, sir. 1 minute. Let me tell you, sir. You know nothing about history. I am from Assam. Okay? And Assamese as a language and Arunachali are very similar. I can speak to Prema in Arunachali right now. Because they sound similar, there are similar phonetic patterns, similar words. I can speak to Prema in Arunachali. She can speak to me in Assamese. Who are you to come in between? Who are you? Who are you? You have no right, no understanding of the region. You are nothing. You are sitting there in Hong Kong, unable to do anything about Taiwan, frustrated with your inability to stop Xi Jinping from becoming dictator for life. You're picking on Prema. Is this what a government of China is? What?
I'm your invited guest, okay? Show some respect.
No, I'm showing
Don't
you
invite
respect.
me.
Did you show respect to Prema? Did your government show respect to Prema? Did your government, General Bakshi, I think it's time for you to come in, sir. You've heard enough. You can give a lesson on history and military history and everything to these people. General Bakshi.
I am slightly baffled. Our Prime Minister had gone to Tianjin. Both the nations felt it was time for a reset, right? And that is exactly what the leadership at the apex level tried to do, especially with the geopolitical environment all around us, and very specifically the attitude of Donald J. Trump, running amok, as it were, on the international stage, we thought it was time to do a reset of our relations, time to do a calculation of who is with us, who is against us. And therefore, the Russia, India, China triangle got a very, very prominent boost. The whole world saw the three major powers of Asia coming together. Therefore, it is all the more extremely surprising for us as to why just a few months later we should have this kind of an incident. The young lady presented her passport at the commencement of the journey. If there was a problem that you had such a serious problem with the passport, it should have been told to her there and then itself. He would have taken a different flight, changed her routes, whatever. She would have taken prophylactic action. But you can't let a person come into your territory and then, as an afterthought, start harassing the poor lady. She's quite distraught. She's had such a harrowing experience. If you were put through this, I'm sure, doctor, you would be equally distraught. I mean, it's not her fault where she was born. And I think she has very cogently summarized the case for you. Her father, her grandfather, her grandparents, they've all been Indian citizens, considered Indian citizens. She very pertinently asked you, do I have voting rights in China? Can I get a Chinese pension? Can I get my pay from China? Those are the facts of life. Those are the facts of life. But what we in India are very surprised, doctor, is why this should happen just months after Tianjin. Is there something more to it? Please, and that is extremely important. Is there something more to it that we do not know?
Absolutely there is. No doubt there is,
If there is something more to it,
no, Saurabh.
I'll tell you, the centerpiece, sir, if you allow me, Arnab, just a quick observation here. The centerpiece of Chinese foreign policy under Mr. Xi has been to diminish India's growth, to take on India, to limit our growth in whatever way possible. Here he faces somebody like Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has made sure that India's foreign policy has not only gained in stature, but in influence as well. And that's something that he cannot fathom. So on one hand, the Chinese strategy is that they try to engage you with this sweet talk, and that's what happened in Tianjin, but then they will backstab you. Prime Minister, right at the outset, offered a handshake, a hand of friendship when he invited Xi Jinping to Ahmedabad. And then what happened? Galwan happened, Doklam happened. So, you've seen a pattern of sorts, and you cannot never trust the Chinese. They will always be your adversary. India has developed a spine. It's in our national and strategic interest to make sure that we continue to dominate over China.